subscribe to my sister's channel. She will also voice her favorite plots. Let's give her a big asset. Listen to me carefully, I'm not going to participate in your business, said Christina. Well, damn, you understand, it's only for one night. The ship will arrive, we will unload it and they will pay us off. I replied to my girlfriend. Last week I was offered a one-time part-time job. The amount is quite large. For her, I would be able to pay for my studies at the university and a year of apartment. And this is quite a lot for me. No, no, and no again, she said and pouted. I don't want you to go tonight. We're going to my friend's birthday party today. And choose, either me or your job, she said and turned away. Damn, and how I don't like it when people try to manipulate me. I'm going to do it my way anyway. Although yes, it's quite interesting, if I listen to Christina, I will spend money today, and I will fall in the eyes of my father, and in my own, too, but then Christina will twist me as she wants. And if I go to work, I can earn money, and then I'll make peace with her. I think she will understand me, and if not, then not, kiss the horse. Okay, I said. She turned to me with a victorious smile, thinking that she guessed the answer. I'm going to work today. He smiled and took a step back. Oh, so. She looked at me with her face turned to stone and hissed, may you die at your job. And, turning around, walked away with a quick step. Yes, and what was it? Well, okay, I didn't hit him in the face, and that's fine. I turned away and went home. In the evening I took the bus to the pier. There was already a group of several people there. And here's the employer. I went up to him. He was a short man with an unmemorable face. He gave me a cursory glance. Asimov? I just nodded in response, and he made a note in his notebook. Okay, go there, he said and pointed to a group of young guys, my age, standing silently nearby. I went up to them, greeted them, and in response silence. Without waiting for an answer, I turned away from them. They do not inspire me with confidence and positive thoughts. Well, are you ready? The guy who met us came up to us. In response, only nods. Well, that's good. Now a small boat will come up, and from there you will unload all the bags into these few vans. He said and pointed to several gray minivans parked at the dock with open trunks. Damn, it's all kind of suspicious. And my intuition says that this work is not so clean. I began to carefully inspect the houses around, but I didn't see anything unusual. A few minutes later, a boat sailed up. First he shone a light on us, and then the captain and the employer spoke in a language unknown to me. They agreed on something, and the boat moored to the pier. The ramp hit the concrete stones, and the chief turned to us and ordered, unload it. And we went to the boat in the same crowd as we were standing. I got up to the end of the queue, and the last one took a white bag with something loose. Then we went back to the wagons in single file. First we loaded the first one, and even then not completely, then we made another trip and then another. Goosebumps suddenly ran down my back, and the lower back muscle of the brain began to give sudden unambiguous signals. I began to inspect the area around. Something suddenly made me uneasy. But no, I don't see anything. Showed a young guy walking in front of me fell with a bullet in his head. A bloody puddle began to spread out under him. I froze. The man I worked with, albeit briefly, died. Damn, it's scary. The chief pulled out a pistol and started shooting somewhere in the darkness. A scream was heard. So he got it. We tried to run, but bullets were hitting us in merciless bursts in our backs. They smashed everyone indiscriminately. I stumbled and began to fall over. In a panic, he grabbed one of the people running next to him by the arm and pulled. But instead of a colleague in misfortune, I got only his hand and blood splatters with body fragments. The remaining part with a huge hole instead of the shoulder and the left side of the chest was falling in the opposite direction from me. And then there is a flash of fire in front of us, and a young man comes out of it. He smiled sincerely, and the fastest of the runners was simply ground, as if in a meat grinder. Body parts and blood flew in all directions. He raised his hand and said, "VP barrier," a flash of blue color, and it seemed to me as if the air was covered with ripples, but then everything disappeared, and real zombies began to appear around us, pretty nasty creatures, I'll tell you. Broken gait, ugly face, saliva running down the chin, claws, and red eyes. It seemed as if they could nail you to the ground with their eyes. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My breathing quickened, I tried to calm down, but then I caught the smell of stench, and I almost threw up. I started to panic, looked around and saw that there was no one left alive except me and that strange man. Something wet started spreading down my pants. I hope it's not what I think it is. Is it scary? The strange man asked. I nodded my head negatively. I'm not scared. Right? Yeah, of course, that's why I see wet pants. He said and smiled mockingly, and then a second later continued, do you know that you will serve a great purpose, a big goal? Strange, did I really fall into the hands of a psycho? No, nonsense, probably, I have a quiet slate rustling, the roof is going slowly. We need to catch up. You will be the pebble that will push the science of the abyss. He said pathetically. A pebble. No thanks, I don't want to be a pebble. And what kind of abyss is this? Don't you want to? As if surprised by my unconsciousness, he asked, should I? He said and sighed heavily. Then he opened his bag and pulled out a regular chalk. What is it for? Oh, I see, draw a pentagram. My guesses turned out to be correct, and he began to draw a pentagram around me. No thanks. Let's better bring a goat there or virgins. It is unrealistic to find a better goat in our time. I tried to object, but I couldn't even move my finger. Oh, shit. Looks like I'm in trouble specifically. This incomprehensible psycho has already started putting candles around me. It's bad. This is already very bad. Well, let's get started, he said and sprayed me with something from a bottle that turned out to be in his hand. I involuntarily closed my eyes. He recited a few lines in some gibberish, and I lost the feeling of my body that I tried to open my eyes and nothing happened. The darkness is all around me. Damn it, I was killed, as far as I understand. Some writers were right. I can't see anything. Hell or purgatory would be better, at least the view would be more diverse there. Hello, young man, a quiet female voice rustled. I tried to look around, but nothing happened. And the voice laughed. Her laughter was like the tinkling of bells. It's beautiful. I said softly. Thanks. Let me introduce myself, my name is Gaia. I am everything and nothing at the same time, and all people are just a part of me, my children, so to speak. Glad to meet you, but I was interrupted. I don't need to know your name. Look, you have a choice. You can go to rebirth with the loss of memory and personality, but you will be born in the same world. The second option is that you go to rebirth, but without loss of memory and personality, though already in another world, or rather, another reality, a choice. It makes sense to return without remembering yourself, and as if not by yourself anymore. I want to live remembering everything, which means what? Correctly. I think I'll choose the second option, I said, and felt something change around me. Good. And now let me give you a little advice. When you wake up, you will see a small box on the table, and there will be a large pill inside. You have to swallow it. Why do I need this pill? I asked, because it's interesting after all. I would definitely have listened to Gaia's advice anyway, but you can ask. You'll find out. She giggled softly. Or was it my imagination? Yeah, ready? I nodded back, and the space around me changed. I began to feel that the dark gloom around me, like matter, began to envelop and caress my invisible body. I feel billions of grains of sand hitting me, but an unknown force protects me. I feel like something incredibly ancient is starting to look through me, but this feeling is quickly disappearing. The great Star Trek appears in front of me, and also disappears. Instead of these visions, the fall begins. I didn't feel the impact itself, just the fall stopped. I don't feel Gaia's protection, but I feel my body. I jumped up and immediately began to look around the unfamiliar room. It was not difficult to find the box. Only it was strange, it seemed that it was flat, no matter from which side I looked. Well, okay, you need to eat what's inside. I opened the box and saw a small ball of the color of space. That is, I saw the iridescence of different colors, as well as the reflections of the stars. Carefully took this pill with small fingers, opened his mouth wide and swallowed. Get ready, Neo, now you will see the matrix. It seemed to me that a supernova had exploded in me. At first, everything inside me shrank into a small dot, and then it exploded. Green, incomprehensible symbols began to run before my eyes. Nausea came to my throat, and my body began to sink to the floor. File upload, completed installation of programs, completed space emulation, completed initial interface setup, completed, and I fluttered into the world of darkness. Okay, we need to get up. What a good dream I had, that I got into another world. Funny. I opened my eyes. Okay, stop. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Nothing has changed. There was a white ceiling above me. Is it really the same unfamiliar one? And the sun is shining in my eyes, which is already quite high. So, what's next? I sat down and looked at my hands. The hands are small and childish, but already with many small cuts and scars that are almost invisible if you do not look closely. Damn, is my whole dream really true? I understand by hand that yes, it's true. Got. In all the bad senses of this terrible, for all Oyasha and Orsov words. There's a strange glow in the corner. I got up and took 3 steps to the corner, but damn, there's nothing there. The glow shifted to the wall. Maybe it's something glaring in my eyes. But it's still in front of my eyes, as if it's winking. I focused on this glow and a message window unfolded before my eyes. Natural is like looking at a monitor. Name, Naruto Uzumaki, 6 years old, level, 60J, 275 OCH, 1100, blocked, characteristics, strength, 3 endurance, 11 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 2 control, 2 additional features, Jinchuriki's path, blocked Uzumaki way, blocked info, you are Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Jinchuriki status, blocked plus 1000 points plus 2 stamina each level. Regen plus 250 coolant per second. Regen plus 410 points. Uzumaki status, blocked, you are the last Uzumaki. You are the bearer of the blood of the head of the clan. Plus 5 points plus 1 control. The seals made by your hands are 10% better. Status, resident of Konoha relationships, residents of Konoha, minus 1239, hate, clans, minus 250, distrust, did I really hit the boy who dresses like an orange, the son of the 4th Hokage, as well as the carrier of the Kubi? In my previous life, I watched this anime, but each new enemy was stronger and stronger, and the number of unique abilities increased. And I'm not going to go to the enemies only with a call, Rasengan and clones, do not forget about the unique skills, a smile, faith in friendship, peace and life, that is, ramen, well, modest plus 100,500 to luck. I'm not Naruto, and I'm hardly that lucky that I hope I'm still sleeping. I tried to relax and wake up. I closed and opened my eyes and nothing happened. Am I really in Naruto's body after all? I'm already scared, but remembering future enemies. Grr. I wonder how my parents are doing. And Christina? I certainly wasn't the perfect son, but life didn't have time to make an outright scumbag out of me. We still maintained good relations. Right up until that night. Well, okay, they're there, and I'm here and I need to move on. And it would be better to stay longer. I have no characteristics, especially the intelligence is alarming. Just one, it's not enough. As I understand it, Naruto has not entered the academy yet, which means I have time to tighten up all my characteristics. What time is it now? I looked at my watch, and it showed that it was already lunch. Clear. So, let's look in the refrigerator. And what do we have here? Doshi is cancer, and doshi is an ulcer, milk, and that's it. Oh, and the incipient mold. A huge variety of everything. I pulled out the doshirak and quickly brewed it. Pretty tasty. Apparently, for real shinobi, the composition has been improved towards naturalness. Probably, the Consumer Protection Service here works better, cleaner and more radical than in my former homeland. You live up to the first claim. After finishing my snack, I dressed in a simple white t-shirt with a red symbol on it and blue shorts. Already in the corridor I saw a sealed letter. He quickly opened and read the invitation to study at the academy. Comparing today's date and the date of the start of training, I exhaled with relief. I still have a whole week before the start of my studies. The letter went to the bedside table, and I went out and closed the door to the apartment. I went out on the road and a warm breeze began to ruffle my hair slightly, and the sun warmed my body. And then someone bumped into me. I fell, and the amount of coolant dropped by 1. Look where you're going, said a healthy man, judging by the appearance clearly not a shinobi. Oh, it's you, demon. He drawled, and then hit me in the face, and I painfully hit the back of my head on the curb. The amount of life has gone into the yellow stripe. The bastards are the residents here. None of the people crowding around even stopped this guy. He spat right on my t-shirt. The brute. Bastard. I hissed and spat blood. What did you say? He turned around. What did you hear? I replied and tried to get up. I did it. I will kill you first, and you will die for a long time. That demon. He said and pushed me hard so that I fell down again. Then he turned around and left, and people around him began to whisper. Here's a demon, look, get out of here. Someone from the crowd shouted and threw something at me. Bastards. Well, nothing, I can't do anything to you right now, but then, the relationship with the villagers is -11, hatred, -1250, cool though. But we need to go somewhere. And I ran, trying to dodge all sorts of things that were flying at me from the crowd. When I disappeared around the corner, I noticed 2 personalities in white masks. And here is ANBU, you have discovered a new additional characteristic, observation +1, 1, you can notice more than an ordinary person. The probability of finding a treasure/cash is +5%, but this is a pretty good help. I stopped to catch my breath, but I ran quite far away. After examining my clothes, I sighed bitterly. Now only throw it away, but I would not like to do it. But in many places it is torn, besides very dirty, and with traces of blood. Although, as I remember, Naruto doesn't have too much money and buying new clothes is too expensive for me. It will have to be washed and mended. I can do that somehow. I looked at the faces of the Hokage towering over the village. Did the first Hokage see Konoha like this? And what would the second generation say about the new generation? Did the fourth one want such a childhood for his son? It's quite interesting, in the original work of Naruto, they didn't seem to be so bullied. Is this a non-canon or just an amendment to realism? And even more interesting is the initiative of the government in the person of Hokage, advisors, and the head of the root, or just one of them? I have a lot of questions for Hokage and others. As soon as I moved into the shade and froze, the following notification appeared: invisibility plus 10, 10. When looking at you, the observer's gaze habitually glides past, not noticing and not noting your image in consciousness. It does not affect people and creatures with a high level of observation and immunity to influence on consciousness, clearly. Then I can hide in the shadows from various objects and it will be harder to notice me that way. I started looking around the road in the hope of seeing shinobi or someone else. Having seen no one, I just wasted my time. After I discovered that I could hide in the shadows, I decided to walk only in them. After all, this is how I will be able to go outside normally without being afraid that someone will hit me or throw a stone. According to the anime, I remember that if you climb the mountain with the faces of the Hokage, you will get a beautiful view of the village. Before I start training, I need to see the sights of Konoha. Having made this decision and staying in the shade of the houses, I slowly and cautiously moved towards the mountain. Sometimes the residents noticed me, and then I pressed myself harder against the wall of the house, and froze. And then a new window appeared in front of my eyes. You have discovered a new ability, invisibility, invisibility plus 1, 1, blocked. You can become invisible to the enemy for a few seconds. The duration at this level is 3 seconds. Invisibility is cancelled during an attack or interaction with foreign objects. Expenses, 10 points. Wow, the first skill I can't use. It seems to be, but it seems to be not. And 3 seconds is not enough. Damn, where can I find chakra manual so that I can use at least this? Obviously not our Hokage with his one-eyed friend. He quickly rolled up the window and walked on, still remaining in the shade. I wonder why the elders made such a decision. And how did the residents of Konoha know that the nine-tailed one is sealed in Naruto, that is, in me? Well, clan and other shinobi. Still, many participated in that story, and surely someone from the survivors saw and told something. Well, for sure in other villages they know that I am Jinchuriki. Judging by the events of the canon, intelligence does not always sleep here. But so that even simple non-shinobi would point their fingers at it. And also such open hatred. After all, they should understand that because of this, he would not have grown up a normal person with a good attitude towards people, but a real monster. And the risk of accidentally releasing Biju, simply not calculating the strength in hatred. Or were they convinced otherwise? Well, ordinary people and shinobi can be persuaded. But aren't Hiruzen and Danzo really not afraid of a date with Kyubi in the center of the village? With such thoughts, I did not notice how I approached the stairs leading up. There was almost no shadow there. Sadly. I slowly came out of my hiding place and walked to the steps with the same slow step. And then he took off. It wasn't hard to run for the first few minutes, but then I started to choke, and I had to stop to get my breathing back to normal. A few minutes later, I continued on my way at an ordinary walking pace. The sun is shining, the birds are singing. Here the falcon screamed high in the sky, and then flew away. Well, okay. I continued on my way until suddenly I came out on a huge terrace that was at the very top of a mountain with faces. Taking a slow breath of cold, clean air, I went to the handrails, and from there I had a breathtaking view. In the rays of the sun, it seemed that the whole village was glowing, shimmering with colors. The green sea is all around, and people are jumping at home. By the way, many houses had a flat roof. Probably to make it easier to jump. You are inspired by the view of the village. Power plus over 900 intelligence -100. That's right. Wow, buff. "Hello, Naruto," said an old voice behind him. I quickly turned around and saw an elderly man in a white haori with red inserts below. On his head was a red hat with the kanji, fire. There was a kind smile on his face. A small gray beard, and small spots around the eyes. In the right hand is a smoking pipe. "Well, hello, old man," I shouted, as Naruto would have done. He looked at me, "And who are you?" "I am Hokage," he said, effectively igniting his pipe with a snap of his fingers and inhaling with gusto. Wow, I envy his lungs. And then he exhaled, and somehow began to resemble a monkey. "So that's what you are, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Wow. Probably such a reaction should be in a child. "Naruto, do you want ramen?" he asked and smiled. "Ramen, ramen? I see. Yes, yes. Want. Send Naruto," he said and held out his hand to me. "Take it or not?" "That's the question, Sarutobi Hiruzen, level? Hokage of the village hidden in the foliage and the head of the Sarutobi clan attitude, indifference, 0, well okay. I give my hand and we were immediately sucked into a sudden vortex. What was that? Wow. What is it? I cried. How did you do it, old man? I'm a shinobi. If you want, you can do even more. And everyone respects and loves shinobi, he said. Wow. And you, old man? I asked. However, I already knew the answer, one might say. And me even more. He smiled good, naturedly. However, what an acting game a person has. Wow. I said enthusiastically. Cool. Yeah. And shinobi know a lot of cool techniques, Hokage said kindly. Everything, the original Naruto would have been bought with guts. Wow. That's all I said. That we came to the building that will soon become Ichiraku. We were met by a young man in his 30s and 40s. There was nothing unusual about him, except that his pale face and strained smile gave him away completely. And his daughter is also clearly not easy. The same pale face and the same artificial smile. We need to train better, gentlemen. ANBU. Out, our politicians are carrying out outright nonsense on the box with such inspired faces that you will start to believe them yourself if you haven't instilled immunity to the blah blah show since childhood. Hello, Tuchi-san. Hokage greeted. Hello, Hokage-sama. Tuchi replied. We'll have 2 bowls of ramen, please, said Hokage, right away. Tuchi replied. No, I understand that the play is staged for a child. But at least you can play with the expression. Where is the joy of seeing the great and terrible Hokage? After all, just 5 minutes ago they were talking about it, and in the end only politeness in the voice at the level of the program for beginners. Naruto, you know that I'm a Hokage, right? Sarutobi asked. Yeah. No, I'm stupid and forgot what you said to me a couple of minutes ago. I mentally rolled my eyes. Do they really think I'm that dumb? Although, given the level of my intelligence and the status, this is probably a rhetorical question. I am considered the strongest shinobi in Konoha. And you, by the way, can also become a Hokage and then everyone will respect you. I see. Why not make a village ruler out of a village weapon? Who's going to let a demon do that? But we are stupid, and we pretend to be stupid. Really? That's all I said. It's getting hard to play the idiot. Considering the already small vocabulary available to the original Naruto. Tuchi came over and gave us plates of ramen. Itadakimasu. I shouted and took the chopsticks in my hands with a pathetic movement of my hands. Naruto, Hokage turned to me after we finished the ramen. Oh, what? I asked. Well, you can go to the academy and become a real shinobi, said Hokage, smiled slyly and said. I'm sure you can find a lot of good friends there. Are you kidding, old man? A whole week has passed since the first conversation with the Hokage. And I was walking on pins and needles for a whole week, and all the time I was trying to notice the observers. But there weren't any, or I'm no spy at all. I think the second option. A new morning greeted me for a morning warm-up in my apartment. I need to train, because I will still get into the academy, and the children from the clans will be much better developed than me. If you remember, Rock Lee became a master of taijutsu, although he is not from the clan. He didn't have any advantages, and he couldn't use the chakra normally. That's just his perseverance covers all these shortcomings. If I am at least half as persistent, then by the time pain attacks Konoha, I will be stronger than the original Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is knocking on my door. I wonder who it is. The village pays for the apartment, utilities too. Strange. Okay, I'll go open it. He quickly dressed in the first clothes he came across and shouted. I'm coming, I'm coming. The knocking stopped. He quickly ran up to the door, opened the lock and opened the door with a sharp movement. On the other side was the Hokage. And why is he here again? I haven't had time to do anything yet, and I haven't left the image. Good morning, Naruto. The old man greeted me first, seeing that I was in a stupor. Yeah, good morning, old man. Oh, Hokage-sama, I said, immediately trying to correct my mistake. He just smiled like an old man to a negligent grandson. That's an actor. Well, it gives. If it wasn't for that concert with Ichiraku, I wouldn't hesitate to believe it. But now, it's hard to believe in the sincerity of the emotions he demonstrates towards me. Especially considering the inscription indifference in its characteristics. Can you skip the feeble old man? He said, and I had to step aside to let him in. I have nothing provocative in nature. Everything has been hidden or destroyed for a long time. It seems to be. And why are you here, Hokage-sama? I asked the old man carefully when he sat down at the table. Oh, Naruto. I brought your documents for admission to the Shinobi Academy. You've decided to become one of the Defenders of Fire, haven't you? He asked and looked at me as if he was going to be disappointed. Yeah. I said quickly and nodded my head like a dummy. Try to refuse here. Well done. He said, and lit his pipe. I wonder if they are not taught that smoking is harmful to the health of children and pregnant women? Judging by this impudent face of the Hokage, no, you haven't heard. Reputation with Sarutobi Hiruzen plus 10 attitude, indifference, 10, wow, I got a reputation boost. This is my first positive increase in reputation. Cool. I opened the folder with my documents. There were only 3 sheets. A form with my name, photo, and a short biography. The second form, however, as well as the third, were empty. The names of the parents were not mentioned. Everything is clear. It is not necessary for a little Narek to know information discrediting someone and ask uncomfortable questions. Should I try to slightly dilute the frankness? At least I'll try to find out from the reaction how much this Dambi. I mean, Hiruzen is a bastard or not a bastard. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, I said to the old man. He turned to me and raised an eyebrow questioningly. And who were my parents? And then for some reason they forgot to write here. Such an innocent question, but showed me so much. The old man's eyes seemed to freeze, and his smile became more strained. Your parents were decent shinobi. They studied at our academy. And closed his eyes. Mechanically he picked up the phone and took a deep drag. And nothing so powerfully tightened. Apparently, it is better not to count on further questioning, and so the first question brought the kind and fair Hokage very much. Observation +1, 2. Observation allows you to notice more and more interesting things and details. I took a closer look at the tube, and after a few seconds an inscription appeared above it. The legendary professor's pipe. It is known that during the battles and experiments of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, nicknamed Professor for studying many techniques, smoked this pipe. No one knows for sure what it was made of and by what technology, but the fact that she went through all the battles and wars with him intact speaks for itself. Wow, such an artifact. Already legendary. Give me 2 before my growing and carefully nurtured toad strangles me. Well, Naruto, the Hokage turned to me. I have to go. I'll be waiting for you in a week at the main entrance to the academy, he said, and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Pathetic, however, yes, already. So much news and all good, and every second just, there are no words. It is necessary to digest the information. And how is it better to do it if you are Naruto? Right. I left the house and went to the ramen. Oh, Naruto. Tsuchi greeted me. Hello, old man. I'll have 3 large portions of ramen. I made an order and showed 3 fingers. The old man nodded. I silently disappeared into the kitchen, and just as quietly brought ramen. I ate 3 servings in one go. What a delicious thing, this ramen. Especially after our concentrates and pesticides, with the taste of natural products. The taste of meat and salt, as well as various spices. Then the curtain that closed the restaurant's guests from the scurrying crowd on the street opened and 2 shinobi entered. They were like twins. Similar faces, long black hair, black and pupilless eyes, as well as a fan symbol on one's back, and the other on the sleeve of a vest. I looked closer and saw standard inscriptions above them, but the levels were hidden by question marks. Taka Uchiha level? The second guy, who was slightly shorter, as I noticed, also belonged to the red-eyed clan. Sora Uchiha level? It is clear, because the Uchi has not yet been cut out. They were talking about something, and therefore did not pay any attention to me. Well, that's great. I quietly ordered a few more bowls of ramen. Taka, the shorter one, said. I heard that the eldest heir recently joined the ANBU as a trainee. Yes, it is. Although it seems to me that he is still too young. As if nothing bad had happened. He said and fell silent. I brought them ramen, and they fell silent for a few minutes. There was only a quiet interrupting from them, then they put down their plates. Got up. Sora paid the money, and they continued the conversation and left. That's lucky, so lucky. So, turn on the paranoia. What is the chance that 2 left-wing Uchi accidentally find themselves in an ordinary average diner and start loudly discussing intraclan affairs? Why was this done in my presence? Could anyone have guessed that I'm not Naruto? No, I don't think so. Too stupid. Where am I and where is the genius Uchi? It didn't look like it was leaking information, maybe it was just the usual chatter of 2 shinobi. Okay, the Uchiha don't touch me in any way, so I hope I was just lucky. The eldest heir is Itachi. And if he has already joined the Umbu, then we can expect the destruction of his clan in the next 3 or 4 years. How can I help them? Nothing. I'm not an altruist. And since the Uchi will be cut out, many will have time to profit from them after. And what is the main thing in Uchiha? That's right, eyes. So the plan for the next few years is emerging. The ultimate goal is to profit from the Uchiha clan. And for this you need to be ready. Know how to extract the eyes correctly, and find a place where I can store these eyes, as well as become strong enough to sneak into the clan quarter unnoticed during the hype. And strong enough to get out of there alive, preferably with loot. A week after the memorable conversation with Hokage, I was standing at the main entrance to the Shinobi Academy. Besides me, there were a lot of children about my age here. There are 5 academies in Konoha, but the one we are standing at is the smallest, but at the same time the most privileged. The heirs of clans study here, as well as the most capable clansless ones. That I was standing by a large oak tree, which pleasantly covered me with its shadow from the scorching sun. The number of children and adults on the square in front of the academy was increasing by the minute. Various shinobi jumped on the roofs. Mostly clan guards, but there were also ANBU masks. Sometimes characteristic vests and masks flashed among the crowd of guests of the academy, especially often the mutts in the form of a fan and a flame in an inverted triangle stood out. However, it is not surprising. After all, this year there are many future heirs of clans, people dispersed to the sides. Who is it that we have such a terrible one? With such arrogance, either Uchiha or Hyuga usually appear. And, of course, it was the owners of the Sharingan who came. The Uchiha walked in a small close group. Mostly the delegation was represented by men, but a couple of women also showed up. And at the same time, all the clan members were clearly elite. The question marks instead of the level clearly spoke about it. I wonder where Sasuke is? I looked closer and saw a short boy dressed in a blue t-shirt and white shorts. On his back was a stuffed Uchiha fan. He looked at the other children with interest, trying to look as unperturbed as the older members of the clan. It didn't work out very well yet. On his right side was a guy dressed in standard shinobi clothes. Uchiha Itachi. Here you are, some kind of northern scribe. I see. He also looked around, but his gaze flashed quite childish interest and curiosity. I tried to take a closer look at him, hoping for the skill Uchiha Itachi level. However, it is not surprising. He was considered a genius from the age of 7, when he graduated from the academy. Now, apparently, he is already in the ANBU. I wonder if he's already got Shirsue's eyes or not yet? I don't remember this moment of the canon. Okay, I'll try my luck with Sasuke. I concentrated on him. Uchiha Sasuke level, 7 OJ, 225 PTS, 700 characteristics, power, 7 endurance, 9 intelligence, 7 wisdom, 3 control, 4 additional features, insufficient skill level. I see. The amount of chakra he has is less than mine, and all because of the fact that the fox is sealed in me. His development is more even than mine, most likely due to clan training. The interesting thing is that his chakra is not blocked. Has he already felt it, unlike me? It's a shame. Well, okay, I'll be able to catch up with him. Fortunately there is a good incentive, not to throw off the hooves in the near future. The fact that I don't see its additional characteristics is bad. It is a pity that my level of observation has not yet reached the required level. We will download. There was a noise from the other side. It was Hyuga who came. In traditional clothes. The silvery eyes seem to be trying to get into your soul. So, where's Hinata? Yeah, here she is. A girl with short purple hair and silver eyes. She was no different from her other clansmen. And she did not try to hide behind her father or the guard. She proudly strode forward and looked at other children with arrogance, especially the clansless ones. And no shyness or uncertainty. Strange. Maybe there hasn't been an episode with her rescue yet? And when did it happen in the canon? Damn, my memory is full of holes. If I knew where I was going, would have learned manga better than Russian history. Observation +1, 6, yeah, my powers of observation have improved. Probably because I was able to notice the emotions on Hyugaheim's face. Yeah, she doesn't look like a timid girl. It is clear that the head of the clan will not humiliate his daughter, who should take his place in the future. She was probably raised by the best of the best teachers in the Hyuga clan, as, probably, other heirs that I looked at her more closely, and it turned out that she did not differ much in characteristics from Sasuke. I took a quick look at the rest of the clan children, and it turned out that their characteristics almost do not differ from each other. Only the heirs stand out from the general background. Oh, shit. Although the Nara also distinguished themselves here. They all have the wisdom and intelligence parameter several times higher than others. But this is in children. I couldn't see anything in adults. Damn it again, Hokage came out on the balcony in his clothes, and the hubbub gradually began to subside. Hello, future shinobi and defenders of our village. I am glad to welcome you here on this day when the will of fire is stronger in us than ever before. Today you will take the path of shinobi, the path of the defenders of their families and villages. The path of great power and great responsibility. Ben Parker, is that you? Or is the old man more into lemon slices? I can't decide. It's clear, it will be the usual washing of a child's fragile psyche, which does not differ from hundreds of analogues seen in my world by the most terrible invention, TV. I carefully examined other people who listened to all this with great pleasure, especially children. And what's interesting here, okay, I need to see my stats. Name, Naruto Uzumaki level, 60J, 325 OCH, 1200, blocked, characteristics, strength, 4 endurance, 13 intelligence, 2 wisdom, 2 control, 2 additional features. Jinchuriki's path is not available. The Uzumaki path is not available. Observation, 6 invisibility, 1 blocked, info. You are Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. Jinchuriki status, blocked plus 1000 points plus 2 stamina each level, passive. Coolant regeneration 250 per second. Regeneration OCH 410 / Secretary Uzumaki status, blocked. You are the last Uzumaki. You are the bearer of the blood of the head of the clan. Plus 5 points. Plus 1 control. Seals made by your hands are 10% better than those made by any other craftsman. Status resident of Konoha. Residents of Konoha, 1242, hate, Konoha clans, 250, distrust, Sarutobi Hiruzen 10, indifference. Yes, my characteristics have changed, but not very much. The number of chakras has increased by 100 units. After all, I am smarter than Naruto, although this is not noticeable by the characteristics. It seems to me that in my place Naruto would continue running and shouting about what would become Hokage. Endurance increased due to the fact that I often had to run around the village. I couldn't train invisibility in any way, because I don't have access to the chakra. Observation developed because he looked at everyone and everything. But this is not enough. Very little. Well, what does the Hokage say there? Otherwise I somehow fell out of the general conversation. And now you will become students of the academy. I ask you to go to the blackboard that stands at the bottom and see your group with which you will study at the academy. I, trying to remain inconspicuous, approached the lists. But my disguise didn't help. A circle of alienation immediately formed around me. Well, yes, I'm still a demon in the flesh for them. Ignoring the whispers around me, I found myself and saw the letter next to my name. Class 1A, 0. Class 1, this means that I am studying in the first year. The letter A means that I am studying with the clan, and the number 0 means that I am in a group of children with special potential. Well, yes, the future heads of clans, okay, we'll sort it out as problems come in. It's a good thing I don't have to go anywhere. I found my class pretty quickly. Although it was associated with some difficulties. Everyone tried to push me, but I was careful and calmly, without much incident, entered the classroom. There were already several children sitting there, but I don't recognize any of them. Probably they did not appear in the canon or were shown briefly. Well, that's fine. I indifferently walked to the very top row, and there I sat down, propping my head with my left hand. After a few seconds, the number of students in the classroom began to increase. Many were already familiar before the academy, mostly clan, and could almost freely communicate. As far as I remember from the canon, a certain Hinata was in love with a certain Naruto. But if we take into account the personality of the girl who entered the academy here, then we come to the conclusion that they are not familiar yet, and Naruto has not yet protected her from bullies. The number of students increased and increased. The number of familiar faces also increased. And then I noticed a little boy with 2 red triangles on his cheeks. It was Inuzuka Kiba, the heir of the Inuzuka clan. Then I noticed Kalabak, that is, Chuji. Such a cute round boy who was eating a sandwich. The sight of it made my mouth water. Immediately next to him I saw Shikamaru Nara. He was asleep. Although in my opinion, he was monitoring the whole situation around and making some conclusions. I'd like to know which ones. Then my gaze caught on pink hair. Haruno Sakura was sitting and chatting cheerfully with Yamanaka Ino about something. It's strange, actually, that Sakura got into this class. Not every clan member will get here without protection, and here there is not even a smell of heredity. She, of course, could get into the elite because of the increased control of the chakra. She must have a very good one. It will be necessary to take a closer look, but not in the style of the canonical Naruto, Chimi from such a fate. Yamanako Ino from a clan of local mentalists. Blonde, but far from classic. I caught a glimpse of Sasuke and Hinata, who were sitting in different rows. The door opened and a very young teacher with a pale face and a scar on his nose ran in. He put the folders on the table and started looking at us. After a few seconds, the class was looking intently at the teacher. "Hello, class," he said and waved his hand at us, and then wrote his name on the board. "As you can see, my name is Yumino Irika, and I am your homeroom teacher until graduation." And now, he began to speak, but the door to the office opened abruptly, and Hokage entered it. "Ahem, yes." He corrected himself and added, "The Hokage has a few words that he would like to tell you." "Hello, children." Hiruzen began rather loudly, "I am glad to see you in this class. The village has high hopes for you, and I hope that you, the young leaves, will lead Konohagakure no Sato to a bright future. You have to study to become worthy of your parents. May the will of fire come with you," he said and disappeared into Shunshin. And now, Irika began, while the children had not yet moved away from the Hokage's quick parting words, "Let's introduce yourself to your classmates." And thought for a few seconds. "Perhaps we'll start from the top row. And the first one we will have is a blonde boy with lines on his face," he said and pointed at me. The class turned to me synchronously. I got up and, with the most charming smile I could manage, started talking about myself. "Hello. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." After these words, I got several notifications, but I brushed them off. Then I'll read them. "I want to become a strong shinobi." Several more notifications have appeared. So, if you think about it, what would the boy want after talking with the Hokage for a while? That's right, the boy would want to become a Hokage himself. And I want to become a Hokage, I said, and I was just overwhelmed by a hail of notifications, but again I waved them off because they bothered me. Said Irika and covered his eyes with his hand. "Well, sit down," he said, and I fell into my seat. We need to sort out the notifications. So what's here? The first was this message: Sakura Haruno -500, rejection, and all the other children's reputations have sunk to distrust, except for Shikamaru and Chuji. After I said that I wanted to become a strong shinobi, new messages appeared: Hyuga Hinata -550, rejection, Uchiha Sasuke -600, rejection, Yamanaka Ino -550, rejection. And already my third phrase, about the dream of the canonical Naruto, almost destroyed my relations with classmates that had not yet begun. Inuzuka Kiba -500, rejection, Shikamaru. Nara -250, disbelief, Sakura Haruno -650, rejection, Chuji Akimichi -250, distrust, yes. And how can I communicate with such children? It's unreal. They will only pour contempt on me, or they will do all sorts of dirty tricks. It looks like the training will be harder than I thought. Congratulations, you have received a new status. A student of the academy, you have started the hard way of becoming a shinobi. You have a new path open. At the end of the training, you can choose the one that suits you best. Of course, the new status, but as I understand it, it does not add any characteristics to me. I'll have to swing myself and without buffs. No bonuses. No freebies. That's how in such conditions Russian populants become najibators. Here, see how you yourself are not put in the most comfortable position. Other students began to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm Haruno Sakura. I like the pink color. I want to become a strong kunoichi. I see, strong kunoichi. I hope that she will not do the same as in the canon. I will not allow myself to be treated like this. I'm Yamanaka Ino. I love flowers. I want to become a strong kunoichi. And this one is there too. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I love tomatoes. I want to surpass my brother. He said all this with a stony expression on his face. All the attention was focused on him. The girl started drooling on him. But he, as in the canon, did not pay any attention to it. I'm Hyuga Hinata. The blue-haired girl said in a cold voice. I want to become a worthy heir of my clan. Everything is clear with her. She is not a canonical Hinata, and it seems to me that she will become a real snow queen in the future. In short, she is still a bitch with a complex of superiority and strength. The performances of the others were very similar to the previous ones, but none of them hooked me, well, except for Shikamaru, who fell asleep during the performance. You have completed the hidden task, the first lesson reward plus 50 OPO, great, the first reward, and a small number of experience points. And what should I do next? I hope that for each visit to the academy there will be a certain number of experience points. This year we will study different, interesting subjects. Irika said happily after everyone introduced themselves. Among them are mathematics, history, geography, as well as physical exercises, and calligraphy. After the last words, most were depressed. And when will we learn cool techniques? A kid from a clan unknown to me asked. After you learn to feel your chakra. Irika replied. What if I already feel my chakra? He said and folded his hands in front of him. Well, then you have to wait for the others to learn. Irika replied softly. Wait for these simpletons? He asked again, and then added. Do you know who my father is? Well, you talk, I'm listening carefully. Irika asked in an emotionless voice, and smiled awkwardly. He is the second advisor to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. So teach me what I want. He said and glared at Sensei. A couple of other children next to him agreed with him. I see. He's not clannish. He just has an influential father. No, I have a program according to which you should study, and you will study according to it, no matter what you would like there. Sensei said. Well, never mind, you'll be flying out by tomorrow. Said the boy. And immediately screamed in pain, and Sensei was sitting on the desk in front of him. I didn't even notice how he moved there. A kunai was sticking out of the guy's hand, and red spots began to appear on the t-shirt. Listen to me carefully, Renkun. Irika began in a cold voice, only the Hokage can order me, but remember, neither your father nor the daimyo can order the Hokage, they can only ask. Irika finished weightily and slowly pulled out the kunai. Ren screamed in pain as tears streamed down his cheeks. Go to the medical office. Irika ordered, but the advisor's son did not hear him, but fainted. Irika sighed, and picked him up by his t-shirt, and carried him somewhere. After Irika left, everyone started whispering quietly. It was a shock for them, especially for the girls, and the guys were not indifferent. A few minutes later, Irika returned to the office. He again nodded to us affably, and stood at the teacher's desk. "Remember, you are future shinobi, not rabble. And I will teach you everything so that you will go out prepared into the big world." The morning of the next day started quite unusually for me. I woke up from a nightmare. In a dream, the man who killed me came to me. And all the time the words "VP Barrier" were spinning in my imagination. It's strange, but he said these words before he attacked me. I wonder what that meant. When I woke up, the sun had just begun its ascent. I quickly washed my face and started doing exercises. Probably, over time, the main characteristics will rise independently along with the development of my body. My breakfast consisted of a cup of tea and rice rolls. Quite tasty and satisfying. Yesterday I bought a regular blue backpack at the market. At first they didn't want to sell it to me, but then Irika appeared, and the seller had to give in to his demand, sweating heavily, obviously not from the heat. After Sensei went about his business, and I ran home. The strange thing is that he appeared at exactly the right moment. I threw 3 notebooks, 1 pen and several pencils into my backpack. Konoha was waking up. Shinobi jumped around the houses. Patrolmen from the Uchiha clan were returning home, and they were replaced by new patrolmen. Oh, I remembered, I need to learn eye replacement. In short, it will be necessary to prepare for the massacre of the clan. It's good that I have about another year and a half. But you can't relax either. Given my current characteristics, what should I do today after the academy? First, I have to check whether it is possible to raise the characteristics by doing exercises. The second is to go to the hospital and ask to study, and then a notification appeared in front of my eyes, Wisdom +1. Good. So one point of the plan disappears. I have already found out that the characteristics can be increased by different actions. I wonder why I got a plus to wisdom. Is it really for making a plan for the day or for the right thoughts? I walked pretty fast, keeping to the darkened side of the houses, but I still felt the looks of hatred from the residents. I got to the academy without incident. But the most important shock was waiting for me there. It turned out that my reputation fell with all the children in one evening, and no one even tried to sit next to me. An exclusion zone appeared around me. Many looked at me with fear, some with hatred. Irika entered the office. It's good that his reputation hasn't sunk with him yet. Good morning, children. He greeted us. Good morning, sensei. Everyone answered him, even Ren, who received kunai from the teacher yesterday. The first lesson we will have physical exercises. Sensei told us. The clan began to gather, others repeated after them. We're going to run. Sensei said, and added, I'm waiting for you at the training ground behind the academy building. And went out. Most of the children immediately ran after him, but he was no longer in the corridor. I looked out the window and saw that Sensei was already standing on the landing and holding a notebook in his hands. The students, shouting loudly to each other, slowly walked along the corridor of the building. The office was on the 2nd floor. I opened the window and looked down. Wow, it's scary, but you have to jump. I took another look at the grass from below. I hope it's soft enough. He swung his legs off the windowsill, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and pushed off. A second of flight and I land quite painfully on solid ground. My strip of life sank by half, but I didn't feel any pain as such. I dusted off my clothes and looked at the health scale. It has already started to rise slowly. I see. Another conclusion to the piggy bank ran up to Sensei. He just looked at me and wrote something down in his notebook. It would be interesting to know what exactly he records about us. It is clear that nothing is top secret, but the training characteristics would be of interest to me for my own development. That we stood like that for another minute and I, in order not to be idle, began to do a warm-up. The warm-up was very ordinary. Squats, body rotations, hand rotation, finger warm-ups, stretching. So far, I can't do the splits to the end, but the body is young and it will be easy enough to achieve this by training. Several times I noticed Irika looking at my warm-up. But then my classmates came up with all their chattering crowd. Only a couple of students stayed away from everyone. It was Uchiha and Hyuga. Well, I didn't doubt it. So, students, Sensei drew attention to himself. You have to run 10 laps around this area. I looked at the neighboring playgrounds and saw several more groups of children of different ages who were doing this, running. The oldest ran much faster than the others. Most likely, they use the chakra. Although one's own physical development cannot be excluded. The same Rock Lee did not know how to use the chakra at all because of some defect, but at the same time on the exam Chunin was able to beat Gaara, who, for a second, Jinchuriki with a developed chakra system. Conclusion: intensive training and urgently learn how to feel your chakra. We came to the starting line. The children crowded together, and in order not to annoy them, I became at the very end. The teacher nodded to us, and the whole mass began to move. At first everything was fine, but then some started to pull ahead, others started to lag behind. I was running steadily, trying to keep my breath. So we ran 2 laps. It's strange, but I don't feel tired at all. Probably, it affects me such a high level of endurance. The weakest were already trailing behind everyone, and breathing heavily. Some are not tired at all. We've already run 6 laps, and I'm already starting to feel like I'm starting to run out of air. Already half of all the students have fallen godlessly behind. The 9th round was pretty hard for me, but I wasn't dying from muscle pain and lack of air yet. I ran the 10th lap, but I don't think I could have run another full one. As it turned out, I was not the only one who managed to run all 10 laps. Almost all clan members were like that, and many of them breathed much more evenly than I did. Is their stamina higher than mine? Rave, well done. Irika praised us, but then added, only next time you will run without using the chakra. Now it's clear. They used the chakra, which means I can already compete with them on my physical endurance. It raised my self-esteem above the level of the baseboard. By a couple of millimeters. We came back 15 minutes later, as we were waiting for everyone to come to their senses. Many children looked at me and other clan members with a bit of envy, but in class everything returned to normal. I'm back in the exclusion zone again. Today I will tell you about our village, said Irika, and hung a map on the wall, which depicted a large continent with the borders of countries. He pointed with his pointer to the largest country with the inscription, Land of Fire. Our country is Hainokuni. Here is our village, Konohagakure no Sato. The largest village of the 5 great shinobi villages. It was founded by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju and his friend, Uchiha Madara in the Land of Fire about 100 years ago. But after Uchiha Madara lost his mind, Hashirama had to kill him, which led to great destruction. The result of their battle is the Valley of Completion. There are many clan quarters in Konoha. The largest are the Hyuga and Uchiha clan quarters. Sensei said. I decided not to write it down, since I know all this according to the canon. I looked around the class, many did not write anything down, but whispered among themselves, then the lesson was quite boring. All that Irika told us about Konoha, I knew all this from the anime, but I was silent and tried to meditate. Unfortunately, nothing worked. The lesson ended quite unexpectedly. Irika slapped his hand on the table and said that we were going to the training ground again, and disappeared again. That I went to the window after all the students had left. I have to learn how to land properly on the ground from such a height. I closed my eyes again, not looking at the ground, and pushed off. A moment of weightlessness and I hit my heels on the ground quite painfully. I lost my balance and hit my head against the wall. My health sank again, even more than last time. I rubbed the back of my head for a while, then dusted myself off and slowly walked to Irika. You have to jump with your eyes open, Irika told me. At first I didn't understand, but then it dawned on me. Thank you, sensei. I thanked him. But that's right. In high-speed fights, it is extremely dangerous to blink, as you can miss a blow. And it's probably dangerous to jump with your eyes closed. It's strange that I didn't think of that. This time the students came faster than the first time. So, now you will run at maximum speed for the maximum range that you can, Irika said, and I sighed. If you know how to use the chakra, then use it to the maximum. Okay, so he wants to find out our limit. I wonder how much I can run. Line up, Irika told us. I decided to be the last one, as it would be easier for me to run. Oh, yes. I'll run for the last one. And don't expect any indulgences, Sensei told us, from which many students quickly lined up, since no one wanted to be the last. And it is logical that I was the last one. The students took turns running. Some immediately started using the chakra. The queue was getting smaller and smaller, and Sensei was taking notes, and here I am at the starting line. The teacher nodded to me, and I ran, and he ran with me. I gave my best, as it will help me in the future. The teacher ran with me and made some notes right on the run. After a few minutes, I started to catch my breath. After a few more minutes, I began to suffocate. Sweat was already flowing over me in streams. Sensei wasn't even out of breath, he was still running calmly. What a beast! My muscles began to fill with heaviness and pain, but I did not allow myself to stop, but continued to run. But my strength left me abruptly, and it began to seem to me that I was fumbling in one place. I tried to accelerate harder, but I couldn't do it. Damn, why am I running so slowly? I can feel my heart pounding, but I can't hear anything. Sweat is already getting into my eyes, and then my legs freeze and I start to fall. I tried to put my hands up, but I couldn't move them. I fell on my face on the hard ground. And then the sounds come back to me sharply, but somehow vaguely. I try to take a deep breath, but the air seems to burn out my lungs. After a few seconds, in real time, I let go, and I try to gently inhale again, at the same time and roll over on my back. And I succeed. A sign hangs in front of my eyes, endurance +1, intelligence +1. Strange, but why has intelligence increased? I didn't learn anything, and I didn't solve difficult problems. After the lessons at the academy, I went to the hospital to enroll in the courses of the young Rye. It is good that the hospital building is located near the academy. I have already started to get used to walking in the shadows of houses, and the angry and hateful looks of the residents no longer make me so nervous. Although, there is almost nothing holding me here in Konoha. I don't have any relatives or friends here. I'm a monster to everyone. That's just what I don't understand. Why is that? Why do people hate a child so much, who is not to blame that Biju is sealed in him? And it's not about the Hokage's order. People probably needed a scapegoat. And so Naruto became, and now I am. But if Naruto wanted to change their attitude towards himself, then I won't do it. I will not be led by these people. No, I'm not ready to kill a man yet. I'm not even ready to kill the same pig. The moral bookmarks from my home world are too deep. Don't kill is especially strong. And I will have to eradicate it. With such thoughts, I approached the hospital. I met a lot of people along the way. There were especially many shinobi. Some, especially the young ones, looked with ill-concealed hatred. Those who were older and more experienced did not show their attitude towards me in any way. Perhaps it's for the best that I walked up to a big white building. There were a lot of windows, people in dressing gowns walked around the territory. Some of them accompanied others, the rest just smoked. The territory of the hospital was guarded by several shinobi in ANBU masks. I couldn't see their levels, only their call signs. I, without hiding, entered the territory and immediately felt dissatisfied glances at me. There was no open hatred, but I felt it. I went inside and immediately went to the reception area. There was a young girl 3 years older than me sitting there, and she was already fully formed in the right places. I couldn't see her characteristics, only her name, level and profession. Misato Yukio, level 36, fighting Irionin. Wow. Fighting Irionin, that's cool. She's probably pretty strong. I stood in front of her and coughed softly, although I'm sure she's known for a long time that I'm standing here. Hello. I greeted her first. Hello. There was an answer for me. And that's it. He doesn't ask anything, doesn't say anything, doesn't even look at me, but at the magazine. I want to enroll in the courses of young Irionin. I said after a few seconds. And, she asked, and looked at me. But then a notification popped up to me, Misato Yukio -300, disbelief. Well, the reputation of this kunoichi has also fallen. Well, I wanted to ask where to go to enroll in courses. I said, but I was already sure that I would be sent gently. Second floor. 302nd office. She said and stared further into her magazine. My lips involuntarily stretched into a wide smile, completely uncharacteristic of me. Thanks. I thanked her, but she ignored me. Here's what's interesting. If you remember, then Mitarashi Anko, there were also problems with people in the village. She was Orochimaru's student, but he became a nuke nin. As I know from the manga, he abandoned her after her refusal to follow him further. The villagers were never able to accept her normally. I wonder what would happen if I talked to her. Would the ratio have dropped or not? I quickly ran up the stairs to the right floor. Along the way I met a lot of Irionins, but it seemed that they did not pay any attention to me. Strange. Well, that's great. My mouth stretched into a smile again. I knocked on the office door and opened it. Old Irionin was sitting in the study. I couldn't see his level. Basically, I'm starting to get used to it. Kim Boyoung level? Combat Ironin, good afternoon. Said hello again first. It's strange, but his name is not Japanese at all. Boyoung drawled, and carefully began to examine me. And why are you here, demon? He asked. I want to enroll in the courses of the young Irionin. I said, although I winced at the way he called me. Did he, too? But I didn't see any notification about the fall of reputation. No. He replied, and added, get lost. I stood as if hit by a dust bag on the head. How is it? Is medicine really closed to me because of a demon? But why? I asked, but the unblinking gaze of the fighting Irionin stared at me. Get lost. He repeated again, and a wave of ki went from him, which almost pinned me to the floor, but I could hardly stand it. Get lost, I said. He repeated and increased the pressure. Goodbye. I told him, and controlling my steps, I left the office on wooden legs. When I came out, I leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. My hands were shaking and sweat was running down my face. I felt weak in my knees for some time. Kim Boyoung came out of the office and looked at me, and then just chuckled and walked on. The hospital seemed to me now a very uncomfortable place. The strange thing is that I never saw a drop in reputation with him. I left the hospital as soon as I could stand on my feet. At first it was hard to walk, I was staggering from side to side, but after a few minutes I could walk normally and even run.so, my training for Irionin went down the drain. You will have to train and search for the necessary literature yourself. It's going to be hard for me. Should we go eat ramen? Yes, it will be great. And it will be possible to think about everything properly. Ichiraku Ramen was standing in his place, and now he looked more like his canonical image. There were several shinobi sitting there, but I didn't pay attention to them, as they didn't pay attention to me. Although by reputation I have already sunk with them. Hi, Naruto. Tucci greeted me. Today he was dressed in a classic chef costume. White apron and white hat. He tried to smile at me. It turned out better than before, but still, I don't believe. Yeah. I'll have a double portion, I said. Tucci tried to smile wider and rather smartly served me a large portion of ramen. And how are you, Naruto? He asked me when I was eating. I quickly sucked in the noodles. No way. Old man, today I wanted to enroll in the courses of the young Irionin, but I was turned away. I complained to him. Well, what can I tell you, Tucci said after my story. Don't be offended by them. Yeah. I muttered and started drinking the hot broth that was left after the noodles and meat. I'm sure you can become a strong shinobi, he told me. And someday you will be able to become a Hokage, and you will definitely be recognized. Yes. I said and smiled, although inside I understood that they were trying to manipulate me. How disgusting it is. Old man, where did you work before that? I asked him. Suspicions are suspicions, but it doesn't hurt to make sure. Well, I worked in the city under the daimyo, in a small diner. And then, after the death of his wife, he decided with his daughter, to move to Konoha. He answered me. What is strange is that he did not feel anything at all when talking about the death of his so-called wife. So my assumptions are confirmed. But I can't reveal myself until I have enough strength to protect myself, and in the meantime I'll have to keep coming here. And the ramen is quite delicious. A new day, new achievements. I completely agree with this. My morning passed as usual. My allowance is not very large, so I have to settle for a small one. Today is Friday and the first sparring sessions of the students should take place. The teacher should check what we are capable of and only then he will average the level, will give us a basic style, which bears the proud name, Falling Leaf Dance, dressed in a black t-shirt with an orange pattern. There was a sign of Konoha depicted there. He wore gray shorts to her and became very similar to Naruto, as he was portrayed in the manga. It was sunny as always in Konoha, postal birds were flying high in the sky, gray-green lightning was jumping around the houses, and patrol Uchiha were walking along the streets. Once again, I had to hide in the shadows of houses to remain unnoticed. But I am sure that with my potential in the next 5 years I will become the strongest chunin in the village, with a good claim to jonin. And then no one will force me to sneak in the shadows to the store, and I will not be content with a pathetic handout from the Hokage and the elders. Although I'm not sure that I can agree with Hiruzen, but with Tsunade there are very, very tasty options. Yes, and the fifth itself is very much my own, despite its age. So, it's too early to put such thoughts aside. Although it's a pity that it's too early. So when Orochimaru attacks during the Chunin exam, I will, if possible, help the grandfather to go to the grave. They've been waiting for him there for a long time. Well, another point of the plan has appeared. This is to return the money of the parents and other relatives of this body and, if possible, with interest. At the academy, all the seats were already occupied for some reason, so I had to sit on the last desk. The students around me immediately sat down in one place. Well, it's okay, today some of you will be in a lot of pain. Good morning, students. Irika greeted us. Good morning, sensei, today we will have our first sparring sessions. Irika began to speak and took a quick look around our class. But first I'll explain the essence of sparring. Sparring appeared a long time ago, Irika began to tell. In ancient times they were held to resolve controversial issues, an argument in negotiations and just to demonstrate strength between clans or families within clans. But with the foundation of hidden villages, some postulates had to be rejected. The first to demonstrate such sparring in Konoha were the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. These shinobi were so strong that if they had fought at full strength, they would not have left a stone unturned from the village. He was saying, but then he quickly rounded off. In the future, it became a worldwide practice. And now follow me to the sparring ground. And disappeared again, only the door slammed lightly. I wonder where these sparring grounds are? Most of the children asked themselves the same question. I looked out the window, but sensei wasn't there. While the students were getting ready, I was the first to leave the classroom and walk down the corridor. I knocked on the first door and opened it. Almost graduates were already sitting there. All of them, and even sensei, looked at me with great interest. I'm sorry, I said and tried to smile sincerely. Can you tell me where the training ground is here? I asked them. Sensei looked at me carefully, then at his students, looked at me again and said, on the street, and now don't bother. And turned away. I decided not to retreat. And where on the street? I asked him. The first polygon. He answered without looking at me. Now go away, you're in the way. I quickly closed the door. The first training ground is almost at the academy. I saw my classmates go ahead for Sasuke. Probably, Itachi showed him where the first polygon is located. I settled in at the very end. The first training ground was surrounded by large trees, which were probably grown by the first Hokage. They blocked him from most views, although there were a lot of students who were training at the training ground itself. Some did henge, others tried to create clones. So I'll call in pairs, and you come out here. He pointed to a rather large circle about 5 meters in diameter. Hyuga Hinata and Abe Tatsuo will be the first to fight. Sensei said and pulled out his notebook. Hinata and Tatsuo entered the circle and stood opposite each other. Hinata kept a detached expression on her face, while Tatsuo made incomprehensible movements with his hands and feet. Greeting, Irika said. Hinata and Tatsuo simultaneously raised their right hand, and then lowered it, as if dropping drops of water or blood. Fight. Sensei commanded. After greeting, the opponents stood still for a while, but Tatsuo began to approach, and then grinned. I'll smear you, Hyuga. He tried to hurt her, but she didn't answer, and didn't even move an eyebrow. Tatsuo, seeing that his trick had failed, began to get angry. Oh, you beast! He cried out and jumped to her. Hinata took a step to the side, and hit twice. Tatsuo fell, but quickly got up. His eyes were filled with malice, and the pupil was greatly dilated. He had already silently taken 2 steps towards her and hit her. A few punches were deflected, and then he got up on his hands and tried to kick. Hinata spun, and beat off her leg with her hands, and hit the solar plexus with the other. Tatsuo fell. He tried to get up, but his hands failed him and forced him to fall face down into the dusty ground. A doctor immediately ran up to them, who in a few movements restored Tatsuo's lying mobility. He got up and stood up again. The winner is Hyuga Hinata, said Irika, a gesture of friendship. He put an end to this duel. Probably, Hinata used Juken, the clan style of taijutsu, and that twist was probably a preparation for Kaiten, the defensive and attacking technique of the Hyuga clan. Next, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Well, why with him? I don't understand. I went to the middle of the circle. Sasuke stood in front of me. The familiar blue picture with the inscription appeared before my eyes. You have come to a special place. A place for sparring. The use of ninjutsu is prohibited. Sasuke-kun, beat him up, squeaked a few voices from the female half. It's strange, but I didn't manage to get anyone, and I didn't even touch anyone. Pf, he snorted at this. Well, never mind, you won't be happy for long. You'll know what it's like to lose a family. And I'll help you with that a little. First of all, to yourself. Greeting. Sensei said. I tried to repeat what the previous duelists did, but it turned out rather clumsily, while Sasuke did it almost perfectly. Fight, commanded Sensei. Neither Sasuke nor I moved. I could try to portray a pretentious pose, but only it will cause me a lot of problems. I could try to copy one of the initial kung fu stands that I saw on TV, but this will cause even more problems, given the complete inability to apply them correctly. Sasuke grunted and with a sharp movement got closer to me. I had no choice but to take a step back, and then forward, and a direct blow with my hand, as in boxing. Sasuke made a half-turn, and, continuing the movement, made a cut. I didn't expect this and fell right on top of him, but he managed to jump aside, and then he was on top of me. With his left hand he was holding my throat, and with his right he was aiming at my eye. I decided that I would not give up, because other children would start pestering me to establish themselves at my expense. Uchiha Sasuke won, said Sensei. Sasuke immediately stood up. I thought he would give me his hand, but then he remembered who I was, so I had to get up myself. Perhaps it's for the best. A gesture of friendship. Sensei said that I held out 2 fingers, but Sasuke grunted, turned away and left the circle. It was already indecent. And this is the color of the clan? Narcissistic jerks without a drop of knowledge about basic politeness and etiquette. It is clear why such die out, being replaced by clansless ones, in whose veins flows less arrogance and more perseverance. The following fights were no different from the previous ones. No one was experienced enough yet, because the techniques used did not shine with beauty and grace. Well, said Iruka after all the sparring, I saw your abilities, and now together with Mizuki-sensei we will hold a demonstration sparring for you. A tall man dressed in a standard Chunin uniform appeared near Iruki-sensei. He had blonde hair and a rather nasty smile. Iruka and Mizuki stood in a sparring circle, greeting, and now they broke into battle. They were not moving at the limit, but in slow motion, so that we could see everything. The fight was very colorful. Blows rained down from different sides. Mizuki took them away and, at the given opportunity, began to counterattack. Beautiful flips and kicks. All the strokes were precisely calibrated, and it seemed that they were dancing, but then they accelerated sharply so that the eyes could not even see the beginning of the movement. For us, they turned into blurred shadows. And then the fight ended. Mizuki was lying on the ground, and Iruka was standing on the edge and carefully looked at the future traitor. I give up, Mizuki said with a smile. The teachers shook hands and dispersed. You have received plus 100 OP. Yeah, cool. One more day at the academy and I'll get a new level. It pleases. But others too. Which is not so good anymore. But while they are resting, am I swinging? We need to consider this concept better. After sparring, we went to class, but we were no longer all together, but divided into groups. For example, Hinata Hyuga walked by herself. Uchiha was followed by his fan club. The children of aristocrats close to the daimyo also gathered together and discussed something, and Tatsuo Abe was at their head. Clan heirs kept their distance from each other, except, of course, the allied clans. Here Shikamaru Nara and Akimichi Chuji walked together. Inazuka Kiba communicated with representatives of small clans. Only Aburame Shino and I kept our distance. Everyone turned away from me, and Shino just wasn't a social person. That's the kind of friendly class I have. Well, what can I say? Iruka said after everyone had taken their seats. Since I was the last to enter, I had to sit down at the last desk again. I checked your level, and from Monday we will start learning the basic style of Konoha Taijutsu. Sensei. A short boy with yellow hair addressed him. Yes, Sato, what did you want? Iruka asked. And if I am already studying my style, then I cannot go to these classes? Sato asked. No, Sato, you still have to come here to the academy for taijutsu classes. Sensei answered him, to which Sato nodded. If you have no more questions, then I will tell you about the 3 main shinobi arts. Iruka began. I tuned in to memorize everything sensei says, prepared a pen and paper to write down. The 3 main paths are taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. What is taijutsu? Taijutsu is basically the art of owning one's own body. This does not mean that the chakra is not important at the same time. On the contrary, the level of control of the chakra can make your tai unsurpassed. But still, first of all, the more perfect your body, the degree of its development in dexterity, strength, endurance, the higher your taijutsu art. We have ninjutsu next in line. Ninjutsu is largely back to the previous shinobi path. Here the chakra is taken at the head. Its quality, quantity, and control. With the help of special exercises and seals, shinobi uses the chakra not to strengthen his own body, but to transform outside. At the same time, the chakra acquires a spontaneous or elemental color in accordance with the technique used. Examples: Kato, fire; Doton, earth; Suiton, water; Futon, wind, and others. Every shinobi has a predisposition to a certain element. This is determined with the help of a special chakra-conducting paper. But it's too early for you to think about it. You will pass this stage in a couple of years. And finally, the last main path of shinobi is genjutsu. Many consider genjutsu to be the weakest of the techniques. But they forget about her cunning. Taijutsu can be avoided or defended, ninjutsu can be dodged or blocked as well. The principle is simple: I will see the blow, I will recognize the reception, I will have time to react, I will be able to overcome. Genjutsu is not so easy to overcome. You will not be able to dodge the blow without seeing it. You will not be able to block reception if you are paralyzed. You won't have time to react if you don't know what to react to. You will not be able to overcome genjutsu while being in an illusion and not realizing that you are in it. Many strong shinobi have fallen victim to much weaker ones, not taking them seriously and forgetting about this side of the art. I hope you won't make the same mistake. Sensei. Tatsuo asked. And kenjutsu? He asked. Kenjutsu. Kenjutsu is another way of shinobi. It uses swords of different shapes and sizes. Everything is quite individual here, but the basic principle is the same as in Tai, the level of possession of your weapon and the ability to strengthen it with chakra techniques. A good example here is the famous swordsmen of the mist. Each of their swords is an artifact aimed at a certain way of confronting the enemy. Here you need to remember that the chakra has a rather negative effect on objects, unless they are created from special materials or reinforced with special rituals and techniques. And it's better for both. The best in this were the shinobi from the land of the whirlpool, but we digress from the topic. You will study kenjutsu optional. However, as well as ireninjutsu, medical equipment, bokujutsu, weapons techniques, and fuinjutsu, seal techniques. These directions will be given only to those who wish and, mainly, in a theoretical form, since the practical part already requires a lot of time and money, which not every one of you can afford. Especially while studying at the academy. Usually shinobi deepen their study after the academy as part of a team, but he didn't say anything about senjutsu, techniques using natural chakra, and hijitsu, techniques of clans. Yes, and about the dojitsu of eyeballs of different colors, too. Ask? I don't think that would be a good idea. You never know who will remember and report. Although no, not like that, he will definitely report. And I don't need extra attention, so I'd better keep quiet. Iruka still continued to tell me something about the strongest shinobi of the past, but it was no longer interesting to me. Basically, it all came down to advertising Konoha's heroes, and the desire to look up to them. Despite the fact that half of what was said is a lie, a quarter is a strong embellishment of reality, and they forget to add about the rest that it is good to reach this level if 2 or 3 of a generation. Shinobi geniuses don't just become like that. Here we need a kekiai forgotten by the teacher, a gene, a feature of the blood of the family/clan, and the level of the chakra, and experienced teachers who have gone through more than one war and have been on the verge of death more than once. Other shinobi are meat. They are used for simple missions up to C rank. And in the war, they plug the holes of the front and fill up the enemies with bodies. Now senjutsu has taken a place in my thoughts. To practice senjutsu yourself is suicide. Or not. In the Naruto canon, toads helped, and then it took some time. If I want to leave the village, then I need not a single shinobi leaf to be associated with my call. There are 2 possible ways to gain the call. The first is to accept Jiraiya's offer and sign a contract with the toads. The second is to find your own appeal. The first option is the easiest, but if I leave, then I need Jiraiya to be already dead by then. But even before that, I have to get the maximum number of different techniques from him. In general, it is a quick and easy way, but carrying a lot of problems and an implicit result in the future. If I have my own call, then I can forget about the techniques from Jiraiya. Although here you need to look. It would be great if Jiraiya taught me without signing a contract. Although, why am I fixating on a pervert? There is also Orochimaru and Tsunade. That's just one is a vivisector, and the other is an alcoholic with experience. I'm not on my way with them. The lesson ended, and all the children got up. I noticed that 4 students followed Hinata. But this is the same canonical situation. You will need to follow them and, if necessary, take part. Still, the support and location of the future heiress of the clan is a very good foundation for my future. I followed them quietly, keeping a distance. Hinata went into the park, and the children, led by Tatsuo, picked up some stones from the ground and hid them in their pockets. Yeah, but they'll all get into trouble. Still, climbing to the clans is not the best way to commit suicide. Even the daimyo of fire tries not to be openly arrogant, in order to avoid, so to speak. Accidents are so random. When they entered the park, a group of these aristocratic morons accelerated their movement and began to quietly approach the girl from behind. Tatsuo raised his hand with the stone in his hand. Hinata, be careful. I shouted to the girl. She immediately turned around, and Tatsuo struck. The stone hit the right eyebrow. Hinata fell to the ground from the blow. Blood from the broken eyebrow began to flow profusely. It seems that she lost consciousness. I took a step back, when suddenly the aristocrats flew away from Hinata. And they would have flown for a long time if not for the trees. An adult Hyuga was standing over Hinata with an activated Byakugan. I looked at the aristocrats. Now they did not resemble their former selves at all. They lay in broken pieces, and a large pool of blood was spreading under each. I felt sick, but I refrained from emptying my stomach. A not very pleasant smell of shit began to spread in the air. Hyuga stood for a while longer, looked at the future corpses, then looked at me, took Hinata in his arms and disappeared. I stood there for a few more minutes, and then I went over to the lying bodies. In the mess that these representatives of the Golden Youth represented, there were many through wounds. Yeah, and he probably didn't hit at full strength and didn't use the chakra to strengthen. Light slaps in the understanding of shinobi. The desire to pump has increased by an order of magnitude. It's a pity that they have nothing to take from them, except the contents of their pockets. Fortunately, money is not superfluous. It's a pity they didn't have guns. I turned around and left the park. I wonder how this story will end. By the way, I noticed that the reputation of this Hyuga has not fallen lower than it is now. Is it good or bad? I'd better go home. I need to think about everything carefully. At home I lay down and fell asleep. I dreamed of some corridors, and that I was standing in ankle-deep water. Strange. The walls do not stand flat, but seem to expand, and then narrow. I'm starting to feel like I'm flying forward. After a while, I found myself inside a dark space, and in front of me, huge lattice gates began to form out of the water. After they formed, two huge red eyes appeared behind them. They seem to be looking into the very soul. And even the thick-skinned will feel the hatred coming from them, having got a heartbreak at the same time. And after all, the pressure of ki, and what else could it be in the anime world, it continued to grow. From this heavy feeling, I fell to my knees. When my heart was about to jump out of horror, I was thrown out of sleep. I woke up on the floor covered in sweat that I lay down for a while longer, and after the heartbeat calmed down, I tried to get up. Well, we got acquainted with Kyubi, a nine-tailed demon fox. There was no such thing in Naruto's memory, which means I can say that Biju has awakened. I can try to negotiate with him, but I don't believe that anything will come of it in the near future. First of all, animals, even intelligent ones, understand power. And I don't have one. Another incentive for development. Already in the evening I decided to go to Ichiraku to eat ramen. Some shinobi were drinking and exchanging the latest news. Parents boasted about the achievements of their children. I decided to check the information about myself. Name, Naruto Uzumaki level, 60J, 350 OCH, 1300, blocked. Characteristics, strength, 4 endurance, 14 intelligence, 3 wisdom, 3 control, 2 additional features. Jinchuriki's path is not available. The Uzumaki path is not available. Observation, 8 invisibility, 1, blocked. Info, you are Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. Jinchuriki status, blocked plus 1000 points plus 2 stamina each level. Passive. Regen plus 250 coolant per second. Regen plus 410 points, in the form of a fox. Uzumaki status, blocked. You are the last Uzumaki. You are the bearer of the blood of the head of the clan. Plus 5 points plus 1 control. The seals made by your hands are 10% better than others. Status, student of the academy, resident of Konoha. Reputation, residents of Konoha, minus 1242, hate, Sakura Haruno, minus 650, rejection, Hyuga Hinata, minus 550, rejection, Uchiha Sasuke, minus 600, rejection, Yamanako Ino, minus 550, rejection, Inazuka Kiba, minus 500, rejection, Shikamaru Nara, minus 250, disbelief, Misato Yuki, minus 300, disbelief, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 100, indifference. It turned out quite strangely. But the most interesting thing is that observation increased without notification. I closed the summary about myself, and began to carefully inspect the surrounding area. After a while, I noticed that some irregularities began to be highlighted with blue light. Interesting. Most likely, these are irregularities that make it easier to climb the wall. It will be possible to use it, but after I open my chakra, I will no longer need it. I decided to test myself on climbing the wall. The closer I got to the house, the brighter the illumination became. Then someone grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. I tried to swing my fist around, but my punch hit the palm that clenched my fist. A short chunin with a pale face and thin, black eyebrows was looking at me. He was dressed in an ordinary field uniform. His forehead was covered with a protector with the sign of Konoha. I took a closer look at it, and an inscription appeared above it, level? Strange, why doesn't he have a name? The visibility of the level depends on the magnitude of the difference in levels between us and the level of observation. And here is something else. I still saw the names of other people, even strangers at first. Who are you? I asked, and tried to free my hand, but it turned out to be in an iron vise. I couldn't move it even a millimeter. Oh, let me introduce myself, Mariko Iriko, he said, and let go of my hand. I rubbed it several times. Why do you need me? I asked him. I hope he didn't come for my carcass, otherwise I won't even be able to defend myself. Ah. I bet my friends that I could treat you, demon, with something delicious. He said and looked at me with a hint of hatred. It's getting more and more interesting. Why does he look so much like a pedophile, and what? I asked him that I don't really understand who he is. The notification of the downgrade did not come, his voice is quite even, and I do not see his level. And also the pale skin of the face and too cultured intonations do not inspire me with confidence. Well, will you come with me? He asked me. Damn, what should I do? Clearly some kind of setup on the part of the root. If the Hokage needed me, Hiruzen would have acted much more gently and, most likely, personally, so as not to spoil the appearance of affection for me. But with these rejections, it won't help me much. They'll just pack me up and that's it. Help from the crowd? Not funny. Will you buy me some ramen? I asked him, making a pleading face. The mask of an idiot. Remember the idiot mask. Yes, I will buy it. And not just ramen. He told me, turned around and walked forward. I had no choice but to follow him. Of course, there is another option that he is for boys, but, as it seems to me, such people do not live here for a long time. We came almost to the center of the road, to the most illuminated part, where almost everyone could see me. I immediately felt eyes locked on me. There was almost everything, from hatred to open contempt, and fear was especially strong. The only thing I didn't feel were sympathetic looks. They just weren't there. And why is that? Is there really no one in this village who cared about me? As I remember, Naruto's parents had a lot of friends, so why didn't anyone even try to help me? And this is the kind village with nice people? They can't be changed. For them, the one who has become a hero now, the next day can become the worst enemy. I hope my opinion is wrong. I hope very much that there are still people here who see me as a person. That's it, we've come. He said when we stopped at a rather old building. In some places it had dirty walls, the windows were shuttered, the roof was patched several times. Where are we? I asked him. Probably, we came to a not very favorable area of Konoha, and this is one of the dens where they sell fig alcohol and you can rent a cheap whore for the night. And here is a pretty good bar. The bartender, by the way, is a good friend of mine. He explained and opened the front door. The smell of cheap alcohol and smoking immediately blew into my face. There were a lot of different shinobi sitting inside. There were several kunoichi, and almost all of them were drunk. My guide nodded to several of his acquaintances. Some shinobi tried to approach, but the guard's key sharply forced them to reconsider their plans. He nodded to the bartender, who pointed to an inconspicuous door in the corner of the hall. Iriko went there and knocked several times in a certain rhythm. A few seconds later, a smiling blonde man opened the door for us. And somehow he reminded me of a canon character. I can't remember who. Long white hair, pale face. Well, who does he remind you of? My guide entered first, but before that he took me by the hand and pulled me in with him. I saw several smiling faces, and darkness. Green squares passed before my eyes, similar to cursors in old computers, which began to disappear, and I came to my senses. When I opened my eyes, I immediately closed my eyes, as the light blinded me. He's awake. Said a cold, emotionless voice. Great. Another rasped, and there was an almost noiseless step forward. An elderly shinobi came into my field of vision. He had short dark hair, hard steel-colored eyes, wrinkles under his eyes and around his mouth, and 2 crisscross scars on his chin. He was wearing a light brown tunic. Stop. Scars. This is Danzo. And why did he need me? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Hello, Databayo. What happened to me? I decided to say hello to him in Naruto style. Now we need to make a stupider face. Danzo only smiled coldly at this. You can't fool me, Nine-Tail, he said and looked me in the eye. My eyes switched to anime mode. That is, they still noticed the oddities, but they blamed it on Kurama. And you don't know if it's worse or better. And now tell me what you planned? He added after a few seconds. Who are you? Where am I? I asked him. Is it time to panic already? Answer me. I'm asking the questions here, he said and released his ki. It looks like he used it with might and main to break my will, but after the bijou, the most I felt was a chill down my back. I don't understand. What do you want? I shouted with a note of panic in my voice. Who are you? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. I tried to fight back with words. Skimmer. He turned to someone behind me. Immediately, Iriko came into the light, but now he had a completely impassive face, and there was not even a hint of emotion. Skimmer came up to me, put his hand to my forehead, and I felt barely perceptible streams of chakra run through it. They started flowing into my body. A blue screen with an inscription appeared in front of my eyes. The chakra is unlocked. Additional features, invisibility, unlocked. Wow, cool. I now feel a little weak energy flow through the channels in my body and a strong heat in my stomach. Well, hello, chakra and SCC, chakra circulation system. That's just the situation does not have to explore its capabilities. Streaks of different colors appeared before my eyes, and I began to fall as if into myself. The last thing I saw was Danzo's gaze, and I began to fall down. A few seconds later I found myself in a tunnel familiar from the canon. A quick glance at the water, and I saw the face that I never expected to see. Namely, my past face. But then it swam, and turned into Naruto's face. It's better this way. You never know who I'll meet. Then Danzo wove out of the water in front of me. His hands were folded in a seal of concentration. After he appeared, the walls began to shake. An almost complete copy of Naruto appeared in front of Danzo, who jumped and rejoiced. Apparently these are remnants of Naruto's personality. Damn. That's the puncture. We need to check the consciousness better and absorb it. Uncle. Have you come to get me out? He asked him. Yes, Naruto. Danzo replied that he quickly folded several hand seals. Then 10 different symbols appeared on his fingertips, and he stuck them into the original Naruto. 10 lines ran across his face, and most of them sank into his mouth. I managed to notice that one crawled down. The upper part of the clothes disappeared, and I saw that the line tried to open the Jinchuriki seal. Cracks immediately ran along the walls, and a powerful cry of rage shook the air. Danzo folded the seal of concentration and disappeared, and with some 10th sense I felt him in the center of the seal. He tried to do something, but apparently could not, as his presence quickly disappeared. Under invisibility, I approached Naruto lying on the water, who was writhing in pain. Strange symbols appeared on his neck, somewhat resembling commas. Black balls began to form out of the water. He sat down on his knees, and a third eye opened on his forehead, which looked directly at me. Several black balls hit the barrier in front of me and exploded. I wonder where the barrier comes from. Here Naruto began to be covered with a red blanket of boiling water, and several dozen spikes stuck into the barrier. It came to me that everything is serious. If I lose, I'll disappear. We need to defend ourselves. Numbers appeared in circles around me. They somewhat resembled binary code. Like ribbons, they entwined Naruto and began to burn symbols on him that I didn't understand. The seal on his stomach began to flow with black ink, and a blue glowing sphere stuck into the barrier. The barrier held, and a yellow-haired man in a white raincoat appeared on the left. Hi, Minato. I would have killed you with special cynicism. It was necessary to provide his son with such a future. And do not talk about kindness and faith in the teacher. He was a Hokage, and this does not encourage the development of credulity. And this indicates either a disregard for his wife, judging by the manga, protection during childbirth was from the category, Genin will not pass, Chunin will think, Jonin will pass and will not notice, and is this caring for his wife? Well, only if for a tick, and to my son, or about stupidity. Lines of numbers reflexively flew into him, but he disappeared with a loud pop and ended up near Naruto. With a few very quick hand seals, he tried to remove my digital shackles, but he didn't succeed. Several seals flew at me, which were stopped by the barrier around me. Several more digital lines burst out of my chest, which connected with the digital shackles on Naruto and began to pull him towards me. Minato tried to cut these threads, but he again failed. Despair appeared in his eyes. He folded several seals, and a red-haired woman appeared from a black hole in Naruto's stomach. She quickly assessed the position of the battlefield, and several hundred chains shot out of her body, which sticking into the barrier. Out of fear of being destroyed, I started pulling Naruto even faster. Several dozen more chains stuck into the barrier. And then several dozen Razengans hit him. I looked at Minato and Kushina, whose appearance had become a little paler. They seemed to fade. Several more Kushina chains hit my barrier, which appeared from nowhere. My barrier cracked, but it was still standing. Minato created a clone, which began to create Rasengan, and he disappeared into thin air. The clone ran up to me and hit the barrier. Large cracks appeared where he hit. The clone disappeared and a single chain flew out of the smoke, which destroyed the barrier that protected me. The red haze, which tried to get the outline of a fox, dissolved into a structure incomprehensible to me. I continued to pull Naruto on myself. Kushina saw all this, but did nothing. She stood and looked with a strange look at the scene that had played out, as if she was thinking about something. Then she seemed to wake up. She folded several hand seals and disappeared into the smoke, and a large seal appeared on the wall. Naruto was already near me and looked at me with an uncomprehending look. There was fear in that look. I smiled at him, and then he seemed to dissolve and was drawn into me. After he disappeared, and I felt a strange feeling of satiety. Hatred wafted from the seal, but it immediately disappeared. Darkness swirled around me, and I felt a familiar presence. Well, hello, Gaia. I said into space. Hello, boy. They answered me in a low voice. What was it now? I asked, but all I heard was quiet laughter. You're asking what happened? Space asked, and immediately began to change, forming into a figure. A few seconds later, a figure without gender markings appeared in front of me. So, she continued. You paid for your salvation from death. What? I asked with great surprise. How did you pay? And with what? Okay, I'll explain. She said. What would you know, the movement of the soul from space to space absorbs a huge amount of energy. Of course, sometimes there are spatial punctures in which the soul breaks out of the body and is transferred to any arbitrary place. Whether it's the past, the future, or a parallel world. Is that clear? Yes. I replied, although it raised even more questions. So that's it. Why I moved your soul specifically? Everything is very simple. You were very close to the incipient spatial puncture, and I only needed to slightly tweak that ritual along the right path. I spent a lot of energy on this. You gave it back to me, even with interest. And what did I give away? I asked. So you don't understand? You know that Namikaze Minato sealed half of the nine-tailed fox demon inside himself, right? Yes, I remember something like that. I replied. So that's it. I took that part for myself. She said and smiled. And then what? And then, I got the opportunity to seize power in this world from the local celestials in the future. She said, froze, and then continued, there are only two active gods in this world. These are Shinigami and Jashin. I'm not talking about Kaguya, as it is sealed and does not pose a problem in the near future. She told me quite interesting information. But why do I need it? I don't understand. Yes, and in the near future it will be like this for 10 years. Maximum. I understand that, but what should I do with your application? Open temples to you? To beat off bows with prayers? Or can you handle it yourself? I asked the figure, but it crumbled into water splashes. Live as you want, do what you want. The answer came to me, and then the feeling of presence passed. The darkness around me began to lighten, and the contours of the corridor appeared. I sat down on the water, which was flooding the floor, and thought what kind of seal Danzo used is clear. This is not a key that was created by Minato to open the cage of the nine tails, but rather a lock pick to crack the lock. But then the question arises, where did he get it from? I don't believe he created it himself. And there are no living Uzumaki masters. Uzumaki himself didn't need it, so there was nowhere to take it. I turned to the huge seal on the wall, which reminded me of Kushina, who sealed herself in this seal. I went up to her and touched her with my fingers, but immediately pulled away, because I was electrocuted. Strange protection on it. It would be desirable to get to Kushina's knowledge. Yes, she's Naruto's mother, not a bad girl. But I need to survive, and for that I will have to open her seal. Even if you have to do it against the will of the owner. Now the question is different. What did Danzo want to do? Capture Kyuubi? Nonsense. He has no suitable carriers, and to transplant in the middle of the village in an unprotected place, something is wrong here. We need to check the fox urgently. By an effort of will, he moved to a large cluster of poisonous chakra, which smelled of hatred and power. I don't know how, but I definitely smelled the chakra. And not only Kurama, but also his own. It will be necessary to test this ability. In the meantime, I found myself in front of a huge gate. They sparkled with dark red patterns. Strange. I feel the chakra inside, but it does not pass through the doors. I looked up and came across a huge hole almost in the center of the gate. What happened here? He approached the gate, but was ready to jump aside at any second. Did Kyuubi break out? I touched the gate carefully, and nothing happened. No one attacked me, no one pressed key. I quickly moved behind the gate and found myself in a huge dark room, which was illuminated by red light from the center. I came closer, and I saw a red crystal hanging above the floor at the level of my chest. It was almost perfectly cut in the shape of a ball. The red light was coming from him. Is this Biju? I got even closer to the crystal and noticed that it began to move towards me. Pretty slow. I immediately stepped back, and the crystal returned to its original place. Interesting reaction. I walked around the crystal several times, but nothing has changed. Should I approach or not? What happens if I touch it? In the best case, I will get strength and knowledge. But freebies usually work according to the coin method, how not to turn your neck from the reverse side. Although in fact there is not much choice. I need strength, and I need it urgently. Otherwise, I risk dying in the next couple of years. I'm unlikely to get lucky from the original Naruto, and to believe that the enemies will spare me and not beat me to defeat means to be even more stupid than he is. This world has already proved its attitude towards me. Step forward and I noticed how the crystal began to move towards me. One more step. The crystal is already very close and has increased its speed. Another step and the crystal seemed to fly into me. At the moment of connection with the crystal, it seemed to me that all the air was knocked out of my lungs, and my chest was pierced through. I fell to the floor and writhed to reduce the pain. But I was wrong. The pain came after a moment. It seemed to me that my arms and legs began to turn out. Every cell of the body was placed in boiling lava, and the nerves were impaled on pins and played an intricate melody with them. I no longer saw how a huge wave of red chakra passed through the corridor, which burst out of me. The water around me exploded into splashes and evaporated. The chakra began to spiral, and then began to mix with the dark fire that burst out of me. After all this was accompanied by a strange hum, which grew and grew, and then everything suddenly quieted down. A huge amount of dark red fiery energy fell on me and began to be absorbed. It seemed that the lungs were filled with fire and icy water at the same time. I wanted to scream, but the air burned, bringing even more pain. It grew and grew, and it seemed that thousands of daggers pierced the throat. I wanted to lose consciousness, but the same pain prevented me from doing it. I realized that if nothing is changed, then this flame will simply burn me from the inside. And then I decided, this is my inner world. Not Naruto, no, he is mine. And I can't just die here. I leaned on my hands, raised myself to my knees and took a sharp breath. An even greater amount of energy entered me, although much more. I kept swallowing it. Through the veil of pain, I noticed that the shroud of fire surrounding me was getting thinner. And now she's gone completely. At first, there was a strange saturation, and then I began to feel like a balloon that had been filled with a lot of water, and it was about to burst. But the pain was gone. Concentrating even harder, I tried to concentrate the energy where the local shinobi have the core of the chakra. With great difficulty, but it turned out. I smiled, and darkness finally came for me. At the Hokage residence. Danzo, tell me, why did our seals detect the awakening of the 9 tails? And I won't find out about it from you or Anbu? The third Hokage asked and filled his pipe with the Sarutobi clan's signature tobacco. I do not know the answer to this question, Hiruzen, but it seems to me that there are rats from other villages. Danzo replied, and sat down on the nearest pillow. It is necessary to strengthen control over the vessel and tighten measures to its environment. Yes, and to press the clans, their representatives began to hang around him often. Are you sure? Hiruzen asked, and inhaled, releasing a jet of thick gray smoke into the air. Yes. Danzo replied affirmatively. Especially it is necessary to press Uchi. I feel that it couldn't have been done without these devil-eyed people. Uchiha. Hiruzen spoke softly. It seems to me that you're jumping to conclusions too fast. We stopped their attempts to influence the Jinchuriki 3 years ago. Neither at the clan council nor among the Jonin did this issue come up again. Yes, my Anbu did not notice any movement towards the vessel. So they look bad. When did you become so soft? If you don't stop these flirtations with the clans, then it may come to a coup. Danzo replied. My people are already prepared, the defense of the quarter will not withstand our attack. We will cut off the head of this snake once and for all. And the rest will be subdued. Take my people off missions and we'll do it all before the end of the month. Danzo. It wasn't me who became soft, but you who developed your paranoia. Now the Uchiha do not pose a strong danger to us. Their geniuses are already processing the Anbu. And we can't recall you from your missions yet, you know. Reports from the sand are very disturbing, and old enemies are stirring. We can't lose our eyes and ears now. So we'll leave the Uchiha alone for now, but present me with a plan to eliminate them. Further along the rats. The situation is very strange. Introduce your big-eyed agents to me, and I'll check my Anbu in the meantime. I hope, my friend, you are not trying to play your game in this direction. After all, we agreed on how to raise him and what should be done for this. It will be unpleasant for me to realize that the danger to our plans does not come from the clans at all. Don't blame me, Hiruzen. Danzo's face darkened, rising from the pillow. I'm following our plan. My observer's reports will be with you in an hour. But yours should be checked more carefully. I can provide my brainiac. It's not worth it, I can handle it myself. And I will check the vessel personally. We need to make sure that the seal is intact and our bookmarks are intact. You can go now. The head of the route silently got up and left the office, not hiding his displeasure. I really hope I don't have to eliminate you, old friend. But it's getting harder to restrain you. You lose the remnants of self-control and caution. It's bad. Very bad. And I don't like your desire to acquire a collection of Sharingans. If my suggestion is not enough, and you get out of control. I hope, old friend, that you heard me. Hokage took a deep drag on his heavy thoughts, but things won't do themselves. Now you should visit the Jinchuriki, and on the way give the necessary commands to the Anbu, Kimogakure. A village hidden in the clouds. The office of the Raikage-sama. Shouted Shinobi, who ran into the office to the ruler of the village. What do you want? A huge, pumped-up man boomed. He was wearing a white cape over his bare torso, heavy bracers sat on his hands. The notification about the awakening of the nine-tailed in Konoha has just arrived. A young man with short blonde hair and dark, almost black, eyes spoke quickly. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt, and a Jonin Kimogakure vest. His forehead was hidden under the tread of a village on a black cloth. His hands were protected by white steel shields. Oh, shit. Raikage swore. A wave of Ki went from him, and he himself broke it into two parts with a blow of his hand on the table. So they started training their Jinchuriki. Shichi, what's up with B now? Your brother, Raikage-sama, as always writes some nonsense. He reads it recitatively and writes it down in his notebook. Shichi replied calmly, with notes of doomed submission to the world. Damn brother. Raikage growled. Tell him I'm not happy. And also tell him that his Kenjutsu teacher will be arriving soon. And let him just try not to pass the exam in a year to me personally. I'll take away my notebook, rewrite all these silly rhymes to my taste and make you read. Hi, Raikage-sama. Shinobi said, bowed quickly and left the office. Several workers entered his place, who quickly began to clean up the remains of the old table, and a new one was put in its place. Raikage sat down and folded his hands in front of his face. He was calculating the situation. He remembered well that the operation to capture Byakugan had failed. And Konoha's answer was very delusional. To betray the twin brother of one of the strongest clans of the village. However, this also played into the hands of the cloud. It could have been better, of course. But it could have been much worse. And the confrontation is still unprofitable for any of the villages. Even though everyone is trying to show off their wealth and strength. So everyone is trying to bite the neighbors and save up strength. After all, few people liked the results of the previous war. Except Konoha. But nothing. In a few years, everything can change dramatically. We just need to keep preparing. And that damn brother, come to me and quickly. He said into the air. A shadow fell from there and disappeared into the office window. A few minutes later, a dark-skinned man with gray hair that covered the left side of his face entered the Raikage's office. His very face expressed great boredom. On his arms he had tattoos made in black. Behind his back was a huge cleaver with red diamonds on a white handle. I'm listening, Raikage-sama. He said monotonously. Darui, the Jinchuriki fox has awakened in Konoha. We need to see. If possible, remove it. Send the most loyal, with a good bias in sensorics. And make sure they have nuke-nin protectors. Said Raikage, and put his hands on the table. Hi. He said, but did not leave, as the Raikage was thinking about something. And also, strengthen the security posts at the borders and increase the number of patrols. Do it. Hi. Darui bowed again and left the office with a quick step. Iwagakure. Hidden Stone Village. Tsuchikage's office. Tsuchikage-sama. The man with the small beard, no longer young, spoke. Our sources have reported the activation of the Biju chakra. Old Anoki drawled thoughtfully. He wrinkled his big red nose. And what to do? He asked into the air. What is there about the situation in Konoha in general? Our analysts report some tension between the clans and the Hokage. Relations with the Uchiha have become especially strained. Old Jonin immediately replied, so the tension, he repeated, and took off from his chair. All right, let our people take the position of observers. And also, strengthen the surveillance of others from the Big Five. Add a number of sensors to border patrols, report to me on all movements of large groups in the Land of Fire. Hi. Said the old Jonin and left the room. The village of Hidden Sand. Sunagakure. Kazakage's office. In a large dark hall with 3 large figures of the previous rulers of the village, a council gathered. It was attended by counselors, elders and Kazakage. Kazakage-sama, elders, advisors, said a rather young shinobi. He was dressed in a spacious gray hoodie, and part of his face was covered with bandages, and the other was painted with strange patterns. Just this morning I received a notification from our intelligence about the manifestation of strong bursts of the tailed demon chakra from the Land of Fire. These words were met with startled exclamations from the ranks of the advisors. The elders looked worried, but Kazakage outwardly remained completely calm and collected. Well, everyone be quiet. An elderly woman screamed. A deathly silence was immediately established in the hall, and only the measured hum of the wind interrupted it. So Jinchuriki, said Kazakage. Well, it was expected. You didn't expect them to abandon their weapons to the mercy of fate. All the more reason to educate our weapons in a new way. Yashimaru, it's time to test Gaara for strength. Stop being an unreasonable child, we need to destroy the Jinchuriki Kubi. One of the counselors shouted, but immediately sat down under the gaze of the elders and Kazakage. No. Destruction will not bring us any benefits, but only problems. And not only with Konoha, but also with other great villages. Kazakage rejected this idea. Of course, we can't just get rid of it. What is there in other villages? He asked the advisors. Kumo began to build up their forces on the borders. Willow doesn't seem to be doing anything, but you can't vouch for it. A little old man with a small mustache under his nose answered. I see. Kazakage replied, and adjusted his Kage headdress. So we won't do anything towards the fire either. We'd better wait. Kazakage replied. How are the negotiations with Konoha about the Chunin exam going? Pakura, I hope your team will be well prepared. Don't hesitate, Kazakage-sama, the village of Hidden Fog. Kirigakure. Mizukage's office, Meisan. Said a young man with a strange standing hairstyle of blue color. One of his eyes was covered with a blindfold. Yes, Ao, a young woman with long red hair asked him. Is something wrong? Reports from Konoha. Strong movements around Jinchuriki. In addition, a strong radiation of the Biju chakra was detected. Jinchuriki. Mizukage said. Yes, and he is very young now, and has not yet entered into force. Ao replied. So he doesn't have to reach his full strength. Said Mei, and smiled a kind smile. Prepare a plan, my bloody demon. But without enthusiasm, I think we have a couple of years. The main thing is that we should not be suspected. It's better if suspicion falls on Willow. And also, find out the situation around Konoha's Sanins. They say that not everything is as obvious and okay as they are trying to show us. Perhaps there will be options for influencing through them. Hi, Mesama, Amige Cure. Hidden Rain Village. The tallest tower.it was raining. It wasn't strong, no, but it drizzled all the time, as if someone cursed this land for eternal rain. Nagato. A young girl with purple hair, dressed in a simple monochrome black cloak with red clouds, spoke. There was a strange little purple paper construction on her head. I'm listening to you, Conan. Darkness asked, in a man's voice. Two eyes lit up in the darkness, with strange stakes on them. Madara says that soon our plan will enter a decisive stage. In a couple of years we will come out of the shadows and the shinobi of the great villages will know about us, okay? We'll be ready. The voice answered softly, and the eyes with Rinnegan disappeared into the darkness of the shelter again. I opened my eyes and immediately saw a blue sign that informed me about the changes in me. But the most important thing is that I feel just fine. I opened the sign and began to read all the changes that had occurred. And there were a lot of them. Name, Naruto Uzumaki level, 6 OJ, 350 OCH, 2300 characteristics, power, 4 endurance, 14 intelligence, 13 wisdom, 3 control, 2. Additional features, the way of Jinchuriki, 4 tails are available. The Uzumaki path is not available. Observation, 8 invisibility, 1 info, you are Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox. Jinchuriki status, plus 1000 points plus 2 stamina each level, passive. Regen plus 250 coolant per second. Regen plus 410 points, in the form of a fox. Unblocked Uzumaki status, you are the last Uzumaki. You are the bearer of the blood of the head of the clan. Plus 5 points plus 1 control. The seals made by your hands are 10% better than others. Blocked status, student of the academy status, resident of Konoha. A lot of strange things. Why has my intelligence increased? Maybe it's because I completely occupied a Naruto's body. It starts to seem to me that Naruto's soul was in this body at the time of my hit, but since I was older, I suppressed it, but now I have a lot of information to think about. For example, what bookmarks did Danzo want to solder to me? Of course, I'm not sure he hopes for anything, but I think it will be necessary to repeat the canon a little. Yes, and I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That is, I will pretend to be a fool in love with Sakura, she will often hit me on the head. So I will remove some big suspicions, and I will be able to pump passive protection and control, too. That is, during the strike, I will saturate the supposed place with chakra. First you need to learn the henge. After all, this technique has a very great potential. But first I need to upgrade my invisibility. It's time to take real steps to get Sharingan in your piggy bank. By the way, if I look like a game character, shouldn't I have an inventory, I said. But nothing happened, there were no thunderclaps, no lightning strikes. That's a shame. I got up quickly, did a little exercise, then went to wash up. In the bathroom, I found that I didn't have any hygiene products. So I just washed my face and wet my yellow hair. My breakfast consisted of the usual custard ramen. He quickly dressed in his standard suit, put on his shoes and ran out into the street. He inhaled full lungs of warm air, and ran, no longer hiding from other people, in the direction of the landfills. Along the way, I met various people who looked at me with hatred, although there were those who didn't give a damn about me. From a high bell tower. I ran up to the landfills and began to inspect the vast territories. There were even Uchiha clan territories here. At one of them, I heard rumbling from different techniques, and my curiosity immediately jumped up. What's going on there? And who's fighting there? I quickly approached the bushes and saw 2 young men who were fighting. One was wearing an ANBU vest, and the other was wearing a regular field uniform. They were moving at a tremendous speed. For me, I only heard the sound of the kunai collisions. Here one jumped to the surface of the water, quickly folded several seals and exhaled a fireball into his opponent, and jumped behind him, hiding behind fire. An earthen wall appeared in his path, which stopped the fireball. The one in field clothes appeared behind the wall and hit the other. The one in the form of Anbu repelled these blows, but then the fight stopped, because there was a clone behind him, who was holding a kunai at his opponent's neck. Only now I was able to figure out who it was. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Blue inscriptions with names appeared above their heads, but I didn't see their levels. But then they looked with their Sharingans in my direction and Shisui said, "Hey, you there, in the bushes, come out." I had no choice but to go out to them. They looked at me for a while, but then Shisui smiled and asked, "And what are you doing here?" Well, I began to answer, scratching my head. I heard the sounds of technicians and I wondered who was here. Well, I said. Then they looked at each other and smiled. "And how?" Itachi asked. "The one who will cut out his entire clan." It was wow, and cool, I started to say. "And will you show me what kind of techniques you use?" Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances again, and then Itachi disappeared. Only Shisui remained at the training ground. "Sorry, boy, but no," he replied. From which I frowned, although I understood that no one would show a stranger techniques to, and henge? I decided to try my luck. "Henge?" He asked after me, and then nodded. "Good. Remember." He began to consistently make different seals with his hands. The first was the concentration seal, and then 3 more, quite simple ones. "That's it," he said, and turned into me, and then returned to his real appearance. "And now you." I folded these seals, but I didn't succeed the first time, as well as the second and the third. Shisui corrected me several times, as I did not put all the seals correctly. On the 5th time, according to Shisui, I folded the seals satisfactorily. And now put a little chakra into these seals. He said. "And how?" I asked, because I don't really understand how to put the chakra in the seal. "You don't know?" He asked me, thought for a second, and looked at the sky, and then said, "Then think for yourself. The solution is obvious." And disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. It is clear that no one will want to teach a simple child something, but you will need to try to do it. And now jogging and strength training, and then meditation. What should I do? I asked the air as I sat on the bed and tried to master the henge. It was hard, but I tried. Every time I folded the seals, and every time, nothing worked out for me and the technique broke down. Although, Eureka, I cried. You just need to cover the body with chakra, completely cover it, and set the image that I want to use. He folded the necessary seals, covered the body with chakra and introduced Eureka. Poof, a cloud of smoke appeared around me, and it seemed to me that half of the entire chakra just disappeared. I quickly looked in the mirror and saw Eureka's image there. No, it wasn't perfect, but I was very similar to Sensei. Intelligence +1, control +1, excellent, and the intelligence has also increased. And then a new square appeared before my eyes. "Have you learned a new technique, henge? The rank of a disciple costs 200 points. Henge allows you to transform yourself or turn another object into a specific person, animal or object. Develops when used, the more often, the more details. After a light blow, the effect of the technique will stop." Wow, great. So I need to train this technique, and I'm sure it will help me a lot. And now we need to deal with another technique, invisibility, a property of an organism that has been developed under the influence of external factors. It allows you to become completely invisible to everyone for 3 seconds every 10 minutes. The duration of the action depends on the level. The higher the level, the longer you can stay in invisibility. During the strike, the invisibility will subside. It's interesting, but this property is almost an imba. Shinobi fights take place at high speed, and rarely any of them goes longer than a few minutes, and now imagine that someone in invisibility moves at the speed of an average chunin. Then he will be able to kill any opponent, if he stands still, of course. Invisibility. I said softly. A feeling of coolness spread through my body. I looked at my hands, they were almost transparent. A quick glance in the mirror and no one was reflected in it. Juhu. But for now, henge will be better for me. I quickly applied a technique that made the image lighter so that it was easier for me to control. I tried to change my hair color, but nothing worked. Just a puff and clouds of smoke around, which quickly dissipated. One more time. And again failure. Well, that's fine. I reproduced the simplest version, with a complete change of appearance. Seals, submit the chakra and present the appearance. Clouds of smoke appeared around me. And in the mirror was displayed a young man with ordinary black hair, blue eyes. He was taller than me in Naruto's body, but not by much. It was warm outside, the sun was shining, and birds were singing. Different people were moving along the street. Some rode on horse-drawn carts. Shinobi of different ages jumped on the roofs of houses. Some of them just walked down the street calmly. I stepped out of the shade into the sun, and no one noticed me. That is, no one started poking at me, no one looked at me, and no one said demon. I cautiously started walking down the street. With every second the tension was letting go of me, and I began to smile at everyone. The first thing I decided to fix was to go shopping. I was greeted neutrally in the shops. Sellers did not pay much attention to the child who bought sweets and various products. So I was able to calmly buy groceries, and I think they will be enough for a whole week. I returned home, and no one realized that I was Naruto. Even the shinobi did not pay much attention to me. So it's better to hide yourself from others completely. Wisdom +1 control +1 here is such a sign appeared in front of my eyes. This is excellent. That's just I can't figure out what they are for, it will need to be sorted out, but first you need to cook something. You have learned a new skill cooking, student rank. You have started the path of a cook. And even if you are only a student, but this is only the first step on the way to fame as a legendary cook. At this rank, your food is quite simple, without any bonuses, but at least it does not bring negative bonuses. Great, a new skill, even if you need one. After all, I will graduate from the academy and go with my team on different missions, and I am not sure that they will be able to cook something normal. Although what do I care about the team? Just use it as a cover or something. Although it is still unclear with whom I will get. According to the canon, it will be Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Haruno. But before that, there is still a long time and there is time to break the canon. The only thing I managed to cook by the evening was boiled potatoes. But how delicious it turned out. The next morning I had breakfast with evening potatoes and went to study. An ordinary task with little experience flashed before my eyes. I came to class almost first. There was only Hinata Hugo in the office, and another unknown guy. I wanted to sit next to Hinata, but she just turned and looked at me with a piercing, cold gaze. You don't belong here. She said softly, and turned away. Hi, Hinata. I greeted her. I'm Hugoheim for you. She said, and why she's like that? Is that how her family affects her? After all, she was very shy in the manga, but not the way she is here. I just shrugged my shoulders and went to my seat. After a while, the office began to fill up with children. They were all talking about something, but I was sitting there and was left alone. Hey, Toshiko, today's running competition, said Inazuka Kiba. I'm going to win again today. He said and put his hands behind his head. Hope so, the boy with brown hair answered him. I quickly approached them. Can I come with you? Kiba looked at me carefully, and then said, the bid is 7 lollipops. The winner gets everything. And after a second he added. We will meet at the training ground number 75 after classes. Great. I replied and smiled from ear to ear. Then Iruka-sensei appeared in the office with a quiet whoosh and clouds of smoke. Good morning, children, he greeted us. Good morning, Iruka-sensei. A chorus of children's voices rang out. Today we will move on to a very important topic, namely, disguise. Sensei said, and hung a large poster on the board, on which many shinobi in different locations were drawn. Disguise is divided into two different types. The first type is a disguise using improvised methods. The second type is a disguise using the chakra. And we will study both of these types. Iruka-sensei said, interesting, it will be very interesting to study the disguise. Then Iruka began to show with the help of various drawings and diagrams how to hide in the forest, in the desert, in the grass, and even in the water. It was very interesting and informative. Intelligence +1. It's great that my intellect has risen after the class. It's cool, and I'll also get some experience points at the end of all classes. During the break, I was sitting at my desk. I didn't want to do anything, talk, think. And how did this beggar end up here? Said some sleek guy, P.B., red a la rooster, and poked me in the shoulder with his finger. Aha. His support group, which included several other guys and one girl, laughed. Can I give you some money? He asked me sympathetically. I took a quick glance around the classroom. Many were watching us and waiting for my reaction. And how should I react to this? And although I don't care. Calm down. And don't act like you're better than others. I tried to calm him down, but in response they only laughed nastily, and then something poured out on me. I was thrown around like a tub of water, but it wasn't water. I rubbed my hair and realized that it was water mixed with swamp slime, and something else very smelly. The whole class seemed to freeze. On the faces of the clan, one could see a very attentive interest. They were waiting for my reaction, as was a group of these aristocrats. Creatures. You will not live. I hissed. It made me very angry. Some assholes whose parents are very rich and have thought since ancient times that they are the navels of the earth. Well, never mind, I'll try to reason with them now. You'll get what you deserve. I stood up abruptly and pushed the ringleader aside. And then someone pushed me from behind. Damn, I forgot about that. I sat down and quickly turned around. Jump and punch in the face. I hit him. He stumbled. A small step forward and another punch in the face, but I have already opened my chakra and I can strengthen my blows. But then there's a cut on my legs from the girl, and I fall to the floor, knocking over my chair. The guys quickly came up to me and started kicking me. I tried to cover myself with my hands, but nothing worked. I tried to kick with the enhanced chakra, but I didn't hit. Someone grabbed my leg, and a moment later it was pierced by a hellish pain. The strip of my life has already sunk by almost half. And then another sharp pain, but already on the arm. I didn't even notice when she was grabbed. You were seriously injured. Penetrating injury to the leg and arm. Activate the Jinchuriki mode. Yes. No. So said the blue window that appeared before my eyes. I poked the rectangle with the word yes with my good hand. A strip of my life turned red, and began to quickly return to its former state. It began to seem to me that the world began to slow down around me. The pain receded not even to the second or third plane, but to the 10th or 20th. I tried to jump up, and I felt that the floor under my feet began to crack. He looked carefully at the faces of the children, who only now began to understand the whole situation. Forgot who I am, right? And a quick and sharp blow to the face. The main ringleader tried to evade, but he did not succeed. I hit him right in the jaw. A quiet and expressive crunch. The ringleader flew away from me, danger from behind. I ducked, and a fist flew over my head very slowly. A step to the side, a sharp U-turn and another blow, danger from the sides. Sit down and skip the punches over yourself. Rolling to the side. Let the chakra into your fingers. My chakra channels started to hurt a lot. Damn. I noticed that small claws from the chakra formed on the fingers. A blow to the face, and the girl has 4 lines on her face, danger from behind, and then a blow of enormous force crashes into me. The strip of life descends into the right sector, and I hit my back against the wall. Darkness falls on the eyes. You lost consciousness. What was this blow of such tremendous force that a strip of my life fell into the red sector? If it wasn't for the Jinchuriki regime, I'd be a corpse. Expectation. Such an inscription appeared before my eyes, but then it abruptly changed to a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I went blind. Multicolored spots were spinning before my eyes, but after a few seconds the real world began to manifest. At first everything was blurry, with every second the surrounding world became clearer and clearer, until my vision returned to normal. I wheezed from dry mouth, and then someone started pouring a delicious liquid into my mouth. I looked closer and saw Anbu, who was sitting on my right side and pouring a delicious liquid into my mouth. He took his hand away only after I had drunk all the liquid. Thank you, I thanked the man in the cat mask. There was an inscription above it. Cat level? And Bushnik did not respond to my gratitude, but only began to move his hand with a green light over my body. Only now I began to examine the ward in which I was lying. A large window looked out on a large park, a blue sky with frozen clouds. Then the door opened quietly, and I wondered who had come. Even a small delegation entered the room. In the chapter she had an ANBU with an incomprehensible image on it. Danzo came in next. The cold, steely gaze of the veteran killer seemed to pin me to the bed. I was afraid to even move. 2 more masked shinobi followed him in single file. The cat? Danzo only asked in a cold voice. Everything is fine, there are no deviations. The shinobi in the cat mask answered in an impassive voice. A moment later, all the masked shinobi were standing in different corners, and they were looking at me carefully. It even became uncomfortable somehow. Well, hello, Naruto. Danzo said in a cold tone. He did not allow himself even a hint of warmth towards the weapons of the village. Good afternoon, I greeted in response. How are you feeling, Naruto? He asked and smiled easily, but there was not even a hint of warmth in this smile. Everything is fine, nothing hurts. I'm ready to study again. That's good. Great. Naruto, please stick out your tongue. Why? I immediately began to panic and tried to jump off the bed. I succeeded, but the flaring joy in my chest was cut short by one word and the events after it. Dear. Danzo said sharply, and then the one who was called Horned folded his hands into a recognizable seal. The shadow of this ANBU very quickly connected with mine and I froze. Nara means, you are immobilized. Danzo quickly walked around the bed where I woke up and came up to me. My mouth opened wide under the control of ANBU, and my tongue stretched out to its maximum length. The head of the ANBU root folded several seals very quickly. On 2 fingers of the right hand, a controlled, blue flame burned. He thrust his fingers into my tongue with a sharp movement. A moment later, a flame seemed to flare up on him. A searing seal began to form, and I couldn't get rid of it in any way. I just kept standing there with my tongue hanging out. Danzo slowly withdrew his hand, and the paralysis subsided. You can move again. A moment later I tried to pounce on Danzo, but my body didn't seem to obey me, and I remained standing in place. You are under the influence of the seal of loyalty. The seal of loyalty will not allow you to do evil to your village. Now you can't hit back. Any shinobi, not from Konoha, will try to kill you, or seize control. To get free, get a Sharingan with 3 volumes, or find a master of seals, or wake up 4 tails in Jinchuriki mode, or get the blessing of one of the gods. Bastards, I was tied up. How so? New task, free yourself from the seal reward. Freedom. I was lying on the bed, in the very room in which I woke up for the first time. The subsequent events were very shocking to me. I was almost completely deprived of my freedom, but I was just starting to live in this world. I had so many plans, and now, everything went to pieces. I could have indulged in self-flagellation for a very long time if a shadow had not slipped into the room through the barely open doors. Observation +1. The face of a stranger appeared through the shadow. He had blue hair, straight eyes. Her thin lips were trying to curl into a nasty smile, Miki Nakayama level. Well, hello, Jinchuriki, he said slowly. And grinned. A spark of madness lit up in his eyes and then he gave a lousy giggle. Who are you? I asked the newcomer with fear. He doesn't have an ANBU mask, but the Konoha sign is hanging, who am I? He said softly. Oh, I am your death. He screamed loudly, and laughed that I rolled off the bed and fell to the floor. The killer immediately burst out laughing. A kunai appeared in his hands, and he threw it at me. Sharp pain in the arm. I screamed, and my right arm hung down. Come on, let your beast out. He whispered softly, being behind me. And then there was a strong pain, and immediately there was a cold. I looked down and saw the katana on which I was strung. Am I going to die? If so, then it's even better. But I still don't want to, damn you. The health indicator began to approach the critical zone very quickly. Activate Jinchuriki mode yes. No, this is the notification that appeared in front of me. Again. I click on yes, again. Immediately, the chakra in the body began to boil. The blood seemed to flow faster, the door jerked open and there were 3 ANBUs standing in it. They quickly assessed the situation, and began to approach the killer sharply. He giggled angrily and with a weak kick, took me off the blade and sent me flying to the wall. And the fight was gaining momentum. I couldn't see anything properly. For me, everything merged into the noise of the clash of blades, and then all 3 shinobi from the route fly away from the killer. He was wounded in some places, but it didn't seem to bother him at all. Well, are you ready to die? He asked. A black pin appeared in his hands. With his foot, he circled a circle around himself with blood, and then inscribed a triangle into the circle that I in his left hand. He had 3 small syringes with blood drawn there. Who will be the first? What is it? He asked, and giggled again. Then you will be the first. He pointed to one of the ANBU. A quick swipe and he stabbed himself. The shinobi he pointed at wheezed and grabbed his chest. He started tearing his clothes, but nothing worked. Not dead yet? And if so? He opened his mouth wide, and with a quick movement punched another hole in himself. The previous one has already completely healed. Shinobi, to whom it was addressed, fell face down on the ground. Now you. He opened his eyes wide. The ambushniki jumped quickly, but only corpses reached the killer. Is that all? He asked with disappointment, and looked at me. His apple was dilated, and droplets of blood were rolling down his face. Die! He cried out and swung for a blow, but then he was blown away by an air core. Danzo was standing in the doorway, followed by another ANBU. Rage burned in his eyes. Ahaha! The killer laughed. Oh, yes. Danzo himself. Who are you? Shimura asked. Oh, find out. He said and jumped on the head of the root. There were sounds of blows everywhere, but I couldn't distinguish anything. Only shadows that moved at a tremendous speed for me, but I still stayed in the Jinchuriki mode. The ANBU who remained standing in the door jerked closer to me and bent down. A green light shone in his hand. And he leaned towards me. Chance. Here it is. A sharp, grasping movement to the throat of the masochist. He tries to dodge, but nothing works out for him and I pull out the trachea with a hand filled with Biju chakra. Blood in slow motion begins to escape from the ruptured blood vessels. Oh, great Gaia, I hissed. I sacrifice this mortal to you. Attention, you have killed an opponent who is 53 levels higher than you, plus 13 levels. You have 65 unallocated stats points. You have received the achievement of the Colossus Killer. The appeal to the goddess was successful. Time has stopped around me. Danzo and the assassin froze in midair with furious faces. You summoned me. Gaia spoke in a charming voice. I tried to look around, but my head didn't turn a millimeter. "What do you want? I need help," I said. "Help me remove the seal, remove the seal," she asked, "but you do understand that nothing is done for free? So the fact that I made her sacrifice is not enough? Okay, let's take it into account. I'm willing to pay the price," I said after a moment. "Are you sure?" Gaia asked me. "Yes." I sadly confirmed to her. Well, an inscription appeared before my eyes. "The seal is destroyed, the task is completed, you are now free to choose, and none of the people can dictate their terms to you anymore. Thank you." I thanked the goddess. "So what's the price? You'll find out later," she whispered softly in my ear. And then time went on in its normal mode. Oh, shit. Although I'm free, and I have to get out of this village. What and how to do it? I got up and ran out of the room. I heard the noise from the fight and the sounds from the clash of swords. The dark corridor did not give joy in any way, but only oppressed. It seemed that he was pressing on me and I involuntarily became where it was darker. Invisibility +20. I quickly discarded the notification, as it interferes with me, and began to move forward. How not to get lost here? Every second I was getting farther away from the scene of the fight. After a while, I saw two shinobi standing with their backs to me. They are standing in the shadows just like me. How can I get past them? Invisibility activated as if by itself, as soon as I thought about it. I quickly approached. 3 seconds. Nourish the hand with chakra. 2 seconds. Get closer to the nearest. 1 second. A blow to the neck in a jump, and immediately catch the body, so as not to make even more noise, and again invisibility. The second shinobi appeared a moment later at the body of the murdered man. 3 seconds. Immediately hit the mask, it broke, and blood sprayed in all directions. And not only her. Attention. You have killed an opponent who is 39 levels higher than you. Attention, you have killed an opponent who is 38 levels higher than you, +3 levels. You have 80 free points. That I found the way out pretty quickly, which is very strange. The big black door wouldn't open. I tried to press on different protrusions, but nothing worked. Oh shit. I need to get out of here, and I'm stuck at the exit of this building. That I had to freeze for a moment to see if someone was approaching me. The sounds of blows could be heard in the distance and sometimes the echo of screams came. Damn it, we need to get out of here. He took a deep breath and exhaled. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest, the blood was responding with dots at my temples. It's good what you need to do to break through the barrier. It is necessary to nourish the hand with chakra, and strike with the simultaneous release of the accumulated energy. He closed his eyes and began pumping the chakra. As soon as I started feeling pain in the channels, then I hit with the release of the chakra at the door. She seemed to explode from the inside. Particles of stone began to fly at me, but I did not hesitate to rush forward, closing the windows that appeared before my eyes as I went, and then I hit my head on something. It began to seem to me as if multicolored sparks began to pour out of my eyes. I rubbed my hands over my eyes and managed to see. I tried to feel at least something with my hands. Something pricked my palm. I looked carefully at that place, and saw a ring of a strange shape. It was square in shape, but with a circular passage for the finger. I looked closely and a brief information appeared before my eyes. The ring of the receptacle. Once upon a time, one Uzumaki created a strange ring. But then, when he arrived in Konoha, it was lost. Unlocks inventory. Wow, interesting. Inventory is a thing, and the only thing I've been missing all this time is inventory. I put it on my index finger. The ring immediately shrank, and then completely became invisible and almost intangible. A moment later, a new notification unfolded before my eyes. You have opened a new ability, Inventory. Inventory is a subspace pocket in which you can store things that are important to you. Great. Well, now we'll fight. Although I don't have to fight, but I need to get out of Konoha, otherwise they won't leave me alone here. But how? After all, there are a lot of ninjas in Konoha, and it's impossible for a child to escape. I walked quietly from the place where I ran out. Looking around, I tried to keep track of all the shadows. It seemed to me that an ANBU troika was about to run out of one of them and I would be tied up. But nothing happened. That in one of the dark alleys, where my invisibility increased, I applied the henge technique, creating an image of an ordinary child for myself. And in the same way, in the shadows, he continued his way to the cemetery. The cemetery is almost not guarded, there is nothing of value there. And then several children ran out to meet me, shouting, "A fox demon is chasing us, save us, help us." They were screaming in fear, and a little boy in a fox mask was running after them. But then he stopped and took off his mask. What appeared before me shocked me. In the light of the moon stood the spitting image of me, but with a moronic expression on his face. The boy who was standing in front of me was smiling foolishly, and then Iruka ran out from around the corner, who started shouting at the fake Naruto, but he was still smiling. What's that supposed to mean? How is it? Such questions appeared in my head, but I pushed them away with an effort of will and froze so as not to give myself away. Iruka also told something to the fake Naruto. He was listening to him, but he didn't hear him. Well, it seemed so to me. Then ANBU began to appear on the roofs, and they carefully watched the territory, invisibility. I activated it, and some kind of ninja appeared next to me. At first I didn't understand who it was, but after examining the mask, I froze. It was a mask with one eye in the right side and a Sharingan was burning there. Anbushniki began to look carefully in my direction and Tobi's direction, but they did not see anyone. A moment later Tobi was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief until two ninjas appeared from the funnel. They were the same age. They had breathing masks on their faces. Then the Anbushniki noticed them and rushed into a swift attack. But these twins were not confused. They quickly jumped away from each other and a chain stretched between their hands. And only after that they rushed to meet the Anbushniki. They quickly realized something and the two attackers were surrounded. One of the brothers made a manual seal and a water clone appeared near him, who rushed forward, and then the fight began. I couldn't see anything, and all I could do was stand still and not dig in. And then, as if out of thin air, a man materialized in front of me with a short hedgehog on his head and a Byakugan in his eyes. He watched the fight carefully. In order to appear less noticeable, he even sat down. I still had the kunai in my hand, with which I had already killed some. Why not serve for another noble purpose? Invisibility has already rolled in, and as soon as I hit, I need to quickly dig out his eyes. I hope it's not from a side branch. Invisibility +1. A deep breath, and a sharp blow to the base of the skull. Kunai pierced the neck and exited through the mouth. The corpse began to wheeze, but the blood that began to spread around him did not allow him to say a word. Invisibility is gone. I quickly put the corpse on the ground and looked closely at the forehead. There was no seal. Great. Taking another deep breath, I plunged the kunai into my forehead, which went through the bone as if through butter. The fight between the Anbushniki and the attackers has moved away somewhere. Then he stabbed kunai in the temple. Blood began to flow out. Damn, how do I pull my eyes out? Although what am I worried about? Cut it off and be done with it, then I'll think about how to do it. A quick blow and, as if slicing bread, I uncovered my head. Inventory, I said softly, and a blue color with 10 cells appeared in front of me. Quickly taking the head by the hair, I pushed it into the inventory. And in the first cell, an image of the head appeared. Brr, okay, then I'll think about my behavior, and why I don't feel anything. You killed. I quickly closed the window, then I'll see what the system wanted to tell me. It would be necessary to search the pockets of the corpse, because there might be something there. Strange, and why don't I feel anything? Hugh's pockets turned out to be very rich in various loot. I pulled out a few explosion tags, which immediately went into the inventory, then a wad of money, 3 kunai, and 2 books. Without considering anything, I threw everything into the inventory. And now I'm getting out of here. I started moving towards the Konoha gate. After an hour of traveling, I was standing at the south gate. They were closed. A small caravan was standing near them, which was preparing to depart. Various people were sneaking around him. Shinobi sometimes came across among them. He sneaked into the very last van, which had some bags. Not fearing anything, I quickly moved them a little and climbed between them, and put one on myself, and immediately applied the henge in the form of a bag and invisibility. I would need to read all the notifications that came to me and review my profile. Attention, you have killed an opponent who is 43 levels higher than you, plus 4 levels. You have 100 unallocated stats points. You killed a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Beware, the people of one of the strongest clans in Konoha will give a lot to find out the name of the killer. You have received the achievement Novice Clan Killer plus 1 strength for each level. The clan always stands up for its own. Be careful when choosing your target. Great, a round number is always great. Then I opened my characteristics window. Name, Naruto Uzumaki level 26 OJ, 1000 OCH, 2500 specifications, power, 8 endurance, 40 intelligence, 15 wisdom, for control. For you have 100 unallocated characteristics. Additional features, the way of Jinchuriki. For tails are available. The Uzumaki path is not available. Observation, 9 invisibility, 2 info. You are Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox. Jinchuriki status, plus 1000 points plus 2 stamina each level, passive. Regen plus 250 coolant per second. Regen plus 410 points, in the form of a fox. Unblocked Uzumaki status, you are the last Uzumaki. You are the bearer of the blood of the head of the clan. Plus 5 points plus 1 control. The seals made by your hands are 10% better than others. Blocked status, student of the academy status, resident of Konoha status, Colossus killer status, clan killer plus 1 strength for each level, passive, skills, cooking, student rank henge, the rank of a disciple. I woke up to a wild noise on the street. Someone was screaming, someone was crying. Everything merged into a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds, which were interrupted by crackling and thuds. I quickly threw off my bag and saw the battlefield. The caravan was attacked by the Nukanins and the usual band of robbers. The commander and 3 genins were now facing 2 Nukanins. They had hidden cloud protectors on their heads that were crossed out. One of them fought with the captain, and it looks like he was losing. The second one was playing with genins. Each of them was wounded. Brother, let's finish them. The first one shouted, and dodged several kunai. Okay, brother. The second accelerated, and now the first genin, and it was a girl, flew off with a punctured sternum. But she didn't fly far. Nuke-Nin quickly jumped up and strung it on a huge needle, which appeared from nowhere. A fireball flew at him, from which he quickly deviated and turned to another girl, who let him in. She was breathing heavily, and sweat trickled from her temples. Nuke-Nin smiled a maniacal smile, but a guy got in his way. The most ordinary guy who was no different from the others. I'll stop you, he said, and attacked Nuke-Nin. He snorted and threw a few kunai at the guy. Genin dodged, but he was immediately cut into 2 halves. The body had not yet had time to fall, as the killer was at the little girl and pressed the needle to her throat. He whispered something to her, and quickly pricked her in the neck. A moment later, she passed out. Ordinary people were fighting with Carvin's guards. And as it turned out, they were losing to the guards' training. The captain of the team, seeing what happened to her subordinates, seemed to go berserk, and began to attack the first Nuke-Nin. Tom had to become more serious, and after that I could no longer distinguish their movements. The second one watched this fight for a while, and then threw a kunai. The captain managed to dodge, so that kunai did not touch her, and then she fell to her knees, to the ground. Well done, brother, said the first. A well-disguised Senbon can always decide the outcome of a fight, especially if it is smeared with poison. That's it. The second one answered. It would be necessary to help these, he said and pointed at the robbers. The first nodded. Then the massacre began. They quickly approached the victim and deprived them of their senses with several blows. And after a few minutes, all the guards were tied up. I was lying under the bushes in invisibility. I took a closer look at them and saw the signs Ryuku level 36 Takeo level 34. Damn it. I won't be able to stand up against them in an equal fight, and I don't want to fight them at all. I am not sure that I will be as lucky as in Konoha. Probably, they will gather everything now and take everyone away, but as it turned out, I was deeply mistaken. The two Nunakins quickly accelerated and the robbers' heads began to fall off their shoulders. No one had time to understand anything. After that, they pulled out several scrolls. Ryuku folded several dozen seals and about 30 figures appeared from the cloud that appeared after he put his hand to the scroll. Ryuku immediately fell with the exhaustion of the chakra. Where am I? That's the question I asked myself, but the ninja from the cloud was deeply purple on my thoughts. They quickly discussed something. Masks appeared on the faces of Ryuku and Takeo, and a bald man with a hidden name sealed two captured shinobi. The scroll was handed to the cat, who immediately disappeared. A moment later, the clearing was empty. I lay under the bush for a while, waiting for someone to come back here to clean up the place, but there was no one. That is, all the goods just remained lying on the carts, and the corpses on the ground. And then, like thunder, there was a cough from a girl who was being strung on a needle. I rushed to her without hesitation. She was coughing heavily, and there was a red flame on her t-shirt near her stomach. I picked up the t-shirt, but there was nothing on the skin. There were no wounds, although I remember well how she was strung on a needle. Nanao level 13 OJ45/350 OCH3/1000 and the amount of chakra was rapidly falling, and the points of life were restored. And if I want to help her, I wonder if I will succeed or not, but I will not help just like that. It seems that she has already regained consciousness, but has not yet realized everything. I leaned into her ear and whispered softly, "Oh ho ho. Who's lying here?" I lowered my voice. I felt her tense up. "Nod if you want to live," I whispered to her. She thought for a while, and then nodded. "Great, you belong to me now. My will is your will," I said and started pouring the chakra in a small stream. "It's all yours, it's mine. Go, child, my emissary will meet you, he will give you a task." I finished and continued to feed the chakra until the amount of life was restored by 3/4. Nanao opened her eyes and quickly got up. I was watching her closely. She first looked around the battlefield and her eyes dimmed and she burst into tears. "Oh shit, what am I supposed to do now? Should I kill her now? Although no, this is not an option. She graduated from the academy and knows a lot more than me. Which means she'll help me, and then we'll break up. She's not a clan, so she can have a lot of bookmarks, so when we get to the goal, she'll fall on something. That's how simple I decided the fate of one girl. You have received an achievement, Young Arbiter of Destinies, +1 wisdom per level. Have you decided that you are God? So go ahead, but don't say you weren't warned. Well, okay, I fully understand that as soon as she sees through my lies, she will immediately try to kill me. Hey, Nanao. I asked her, but she didn't react. Come to your senses, I said to her, and pushed her lightly. She looked at me carefully, and then jumped back a few meters. How do you know my name? She asked me hysterically. My overlord told me it. I simply replied to her. And he also gave you the opportunity to move on. You got the achievement beginner liar +1 intelligence per level. You have set foot on the path of a professional liar, but remember, you will travel the whole world on a lie, but you will not come back. Well, okay, not such a bad skill. Getting an additional chakra for each level is not bad. Well, my overlord has cured you, I said to Nanao, and gave him the opportunity to become stronger and take revenge on those who killed your friends. Hey, you little thing, she said to me. I will not obey anyone. For me, there is only Orochimaru-sama, and let your master go to the ass. She said, wait, is she a fan of Orochimaru? And it looks like things didn't work out with her. So you'll have to kill. Her chakra points have already been restored, as well as her life points, but I desperately need her, so I would have to persuade her to cooperate. But how to do it, or can it kill? And now die? She said and rushed at me. Oh, shit, activate the Jinchuriki mode. The air has become like jelly for me, but what if I release the chakra around me? Moving immediately became easier. At the last moment I managed to dodge a powerful kick, but I was immediately hit by the second one, and I was thrown back. I managed to stay on my feet, which means I need an attack. I jumped on her. She ducked, but I hit her with my chakra-charged hand. Nanao took the blow on a hard block, but I did not hesitate to hit her with my other hand in the jaw. From the impact, she flew off and hit her head on the cart that I quickly ran up to her and checked her pulse. Phew, she's still alive. And now, what to do with it? Konoha, the Hokage's office was unusually smoky and crowded. The most influential people of Konoha gathered here. Hokage was sitting at his desk and looking around the unusual meeting. In his teeth he had his invariable pipe, from which blue smoke was pouring out. His Kage list hat created a shadow that hid his expression from the others. They would hardly have liked this grimace of disgust mixed with hatred. He could not stand the practical of everyone present. And it was mutual among them. This does not mean that Hiruzen had a good command of his face, but the news of recent days has pretty much undermined his nerves and self-control. He even changed the fragrant tobacco in his pipe to a soothing and helping to concentrate. Old age. Opposite him sat the heads of the clans responsible for the security of the village, the heads of both branches of the ANBU and the chief investigator. In addition to the high persons, the Hokage decided to invite his students to the meeting. He will need their outside view on this news. His old friend, Danzo, was sitting on his right hand. He looked tired. Fresh scars on the face and strong chakra exhaustion were added. His gaze was gloomy, however, as always. What really surprised the old Hokage was the absence of a hidden dislike for the invited heads of clans. Sarutobi could always discern her in his old partner's gaze, always, but not today. Next to Danzo sat the head of the main branch of the ANBU, subordinate personally to the Hokage, Kanaya Kato, a distant relative of the deceased Dan. Despite belonging to a famous family, he did not play a special role in the life of the settlement, except for his position at the Kaga. Many believed that it was only because of the surname that he took it. And now Kenai sought to prove the fallacy of these judgments. Despite the circumstances, it is unlikely that the boy will succeed. Moreover, this attack has cast a shadow on the reputation of the ANBU. But he's not here for that. Just look at my bitch student. She's standing at the window drunk again, as if she's just been out partying. That's just ridiculous for a medic with her experience. Who did she want to deceive? But she can't hide her gaze, and the constant reminder of Dana severely affects her self-control. That's what I need. After the head of the ANBU sat Marino Ibiki, the chief investigator. He will have to tell what he managed to extract from the prisoner who was captured by the ANBU. The black bandana on his head seemed to absorb the light, and the piercing cold gaze asked him to tell all the innermost secrets. Yes, what can I say? Here the appearance completely reflected the position. Next sat the head of the Uchiha clan representing Konoha police, Uchiha Fugaku. His posture demonstrated the greatness of his clan, full of superiority over others. But now there was less arrogance in his pose, to the delight of the Hokage's sandame. There were hints of Sharingan in his eyes. The attack of Nuke Nin was unexpected, but it was not the fault of the Uchi clan. So he sat there, feigning anger and contempt for the representatives of the NSA, unable to cope with their work. But there was something else in his tense posture that Hiruzen couldn't make out. Yamanaka Inoichi was sitting to the left of Uchiha. It was impossible to make out anything from his face, however, as always. Brainwashers are very difficult to read if they don't want to. The main thing is that they are loyal to the village, do not have a strong weight and are loyal to the Hokage. At least in this incident. Next sat Narashikaku. The scarred face was wrinkled with obviously unhappy thoughts. Although his eyelids were closed, you can be sure that he sees everything around him, including all his neighbors. Konoha's chief strategist is already drawing up a conversation plan, as well as the impact of the incident on Inoshikacho's actions. He, most likely, has also already estimated the actions of other clans and influential shinobi of the village. A colorful, huge man was sitting in the corner. Long white hair, metal protector with kanji oil. A red kimono, and a huge scroll beside it. It was Jiraiya himself, whom the teacher called back to Konoha. Sannin did not quite understand why he was summoned, because he does not belong to any political union of the village. But the goofy face could not hide his duplicitous nature from the one who raised him. It was the fool's mask that saved him from many political pitfalls. It made him extremely harmless to others, which he used together with his sensei. And now he was sitting and writing something down, sometimes giggling. His presence along with Tsunade was needed to strengthen Hiruzen's position. The demonstration of as many as 2 Sanins is an extra factor of influence for the clans and a warning against rash decisions. Tsunade herself was still standing at the window, allegedly hiding the smell of fumes in the wind currents from the street. The unfocused gaze seemed to hint that she was hardly capable of taking the ongoing conversation with all responsibility and seriousness. And again the mask. Sometimes Sarutobi suspected that the main thing he taught his students was to hide themselves behind masks. Just like the teacher himself. Hokage mask, husband mask, father mask, friend mask, student mask. He doesn't even remember when he was real anymore. I suggest we start. Hokage said and raised his hat so that everyone could see his displeased face. We have several issues on the agenda at once. Let's start with the incident at the hospital. Have you found out the identity of the attacker, Hokage-sama? Please let me start. Danzo said. Hiruzen looked at the head of the route for a moment, and nodded. Everyone immediately picked up, as they did not expect pleasant news from Danzo. The striker is an S. Rank Nuke Nin, Miki Nakayama. Showed the protector with the crossed-out sign of the Danzo leaf. He disappeared during the Third World War shinobi and was considered dead. I got into the village using forged documents under the henge. But that's not the main thing. 3 dozen of my employees and almost the same number of Kato-sen employees died during the detention. Not the weakest shinobi, among whom there were also 12 A and B-rank jonins. We did not immediately understand the reason for his invulnerability. He looked around the astonished audience with a careful look, checking whether the meaning of what was said had reached everyone. During the arrest, he showed extraordinary vitality. Even fatal blows did not bring him noticeable inconvenience. It was possible to detain him only when they were able to twist him hand and foot. The interrogation does not give any result. Ibiki-san can confirm. Absolute resistance is shown to pain, mednin techniques, and narcotic drugs. He only swears harder, that's the whole result. We were able to get the information only from our archives. What about your abilities, Inoichi-san. Hogake puffed. They're giving up too, Hokage-sama. The head of Yamanaka grimaced. It feels like I'm trying to get into a swamp covered with mud. There are no clear thoughts, images, and even no desires. In this condition, it should be a vegetable. But he feels great and behaves quite consciously. We have not encountered this yet, I see. Is there anything else to add to the root chapter? Is there really no information about him? Where have you been and what have you been doing? And what did you learn from his technique? Yes, Hokage-sama. Thanks to the representatives of the police, it was possible to find out that the applied ability is not really a technique. But it is not a genome either. Although symbols and coloring appear on the skin in black and white, but he is not a Sannin either. Did he have any medallion or pendant with him? Nara asked sharply. Yes. There was a pendant with a medallion, but it does not belong to any clan or shinobi settlement. Is she with you, Shimura-san? No. It's among the other evidence at the ANBU headquarters. But I remember it perfectly. It's an inverted triangle inscribed in a circle. Are you familiar with this symbol? Yes, and this is problematic. It's too bad that Jashin started his game. So that you understand, I will clarify the main points. Jashin is the god of fear and hatred. Back in the days of clan wars, his adherents were destroyed wherever they met. There were even alliances of clans for the sake of exterminating this evil. According to the records in the Chronicles of Nara, the last stronghold of Jashin was destroyed 5 years before the construction of Konoha. There were a couple more moments after that when suspicions fell on them, but no confirmations were found. Now, as for the adepts, they don't have many techniques and rituals, but they are all aimed at causing pain and fear to the victim. If the junior adepts can't do much against even the average chunin, then the strongest will not be defeated by the jonin squad. Except that dear Sanins and jonins of the Kage level. And all because thanks to the sacrifices and numerous rituals, they receive the blessing of Jashin. This gives them immortality. Fatal wounds, even cutting off the head, are not fatal for them. To kill them, you need to break their connection with God. It used to be done by Uzumaki and Otsutsuki. They applied special seals and the adept died. This is basically all that was indicated in the chronicles. Do you still have a description of rituals, seals, or at least something more detailed from those times? No, Hokage-sama. Nothing, just a description in the form of stories and legends. No pictures, no diagrams. Hiruzen exchanged glances with Danzo. This should be taken into account. We need to dig into the archives of the clan wars. And there should have been something left from the founders. And a friend will look into Yuzashio's legacy. These printers were also supposed to keep records. And they will only need a thread to pull. Thank you, Nara-san. Well, then I suggest that until we can solve the problem of Nunakin, his body should be divided and buried in one of the ANBU vaults, having previously sealed it. The next question is no less important. What about Jinchuriki? No trace. The team that pursued him swears that he simply disappeared in the air along with one of the chunins that was holding him. Because of the fight with Nunakin, I could not personally take part in his capture, and the ANBU teams sent after him did not have time to get there in time. He was no longer there. I believe that a well-executed abduction operation is taking place. That shinobi in the clinic specifically revealed himself and distracted attention, while accomplices kidnapped Jinchuriki. Perhaps some other of Jashin's techniques were used, which we do not know about. Thank you for the report, Kato-san. You all understand what Naruto's disappearance means for our village. Therefore, I forbid to disclose information about his disappearance. For everyone else, he is still in the clinic under guard after the attack. Danzo, it's up to you to work out the legend, guard and find a replacement. Perhaps you will still be able to catch a fish on live bait. I will ask the clans to double their vigilance. We didn't have enough neighbors who decided to check our slack at such a moment. Jiraiya, please take a break from your memoirs. I suggest you follow the path of Jinchuriki, maybe you will learn more. Take Kakashi with you. In connection with the incident, your exploration in the Rain Country is postponed for the time being. A couple of Kato-san teams will do this. Tell him everything you need after the meeting. I propose to end the meeting with this. The Hokage's firm voice reminded everyone present that he was still the strongest shinobi of the village. The participants began to disperse under the impression of the news. Few people were able to remain impartial or indifferent after learning about a new unknown threat. Tsunade-chan, stay. The old man wants to hear your stories. How are you? The kind old man's tone surprised the outgoing jonins. But I couldn't deceive the last Senya. The former mentor clearly had his own plans for her. Of course, Hokage-sama. Don't be so formal, student. For you, I will always remain a sensei. However, as well as for both of your teammates. I understand, Sarutobi-sensei. But I haven't seen much outside of Konoha. Mostly the same mud, rain and little sake. Tsunade tried to pretend that she had not heard a clear hint of a relationship with a snake-tongued sannin. Sorry, and what have you heard about our apostate? I'm worried about him. He left us in upset feelings. I had no other choice, the clans insisted on making him a new knin. And I keep waiting for him to come to his senses. Yeah, well, clans. I was glad to push off a problem student. And if you managed to remove it with someone else's hands. The only thing you are waiting for is when all the witnesses of your antics will die. After all, we were not such devoted dogs as your dog Jiraiya. Jiraiya and I didn't even think that he would be capable of such a thing. We've been through so much together. I dedicate every second toast to making him come to his senses and return to your warm and understanding embrace. The medic quipped out loud. Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Tsunade-chan. I really only want the best for you all. So try to find him and talk to him. Maybe he'll come to his senses after all. Tell him about Konoha. About what we're up against. I believe that the will of fire is still strong in his heart, and he will be able to open it for you. I doubt I can find him. Confused, Tsunade tried to digest the allegorically issued task of collecting news from the apostate. I have no doubt, Tsunade-chan, that you are the only one who can handle this. I'll be waiting for your news. And the old man puffed on his pipe again and, covering himself with the brim of his hat, plunged into the document spread out on his desk. Senju, realizing that the conversation was over, got up and left the office, leaving his master in gloomy thoughts about the fate of the village, in case they did not find traces of Jinchuriki. After the advice from Hiruzen, Jiraiya went to the public baths to get a new dose of inspiration. Yes, and it is necessary to fulfill the mission from the teacher. Jiraiya slowly jumped from branch to branch, from the roof of the house to another roof and carefully examined the village and how it had changed during his absence. Gamamaru and Fukasaku can help him find Naruto. Let it be very hard. Since it is unknown what happened to him. Although the good thing is that the boy is alive, and can fulfill his destiny. And if Naruto was abducted from another village, then the world will have to remember who the madness of the village of Leaf is. From such reflections, a grin appeared on his face that could frighten anyone. And this smile did not fit in with his good-natured face. The white-haired ninja concentrated, and folded several dozen hand seals. Then he bit through the skin of his thumb so that blood came out and applied it to the ground, along which black lines ran. That summoning technique. He whispered. White smoke broke out, which hit a small area, but it was very quickly blown away by the wind that came from nowhere. There were two small upright toads sitting in the place of the seal. The first was a male with gray hair. His serious look said that he was ready to kill. The strange rings around his body could tell a lot to knowledgeable people. The second toad was definitely female. Purple hair, strange clothes, and painted lips made her very different from her partner. Baby Jiraiya. Shima said in her squeaky voice. Why did you call us? Do you miss my branded maggots? Thanks, but I'm not hungry. He replied and barely grimaced. He remembered the taste of these maggots very well. So why did you call us? Fukasaku asked, since he was also wondering why they were needed. Naruto has disappeared. Jiraiya said, and calmly looked towards the exit of the village. Naruto? Fukasaku asked in surprise, and then continued, who is this? Jiraiya turned to the old toad and looked at him with a strange look, as if wondering why he didn't know that name, and then remembered something. Oh, right. He whispered and rubbed his right eye. How could I forget to tell you? This is my godson, and at the same time the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. What? Asked two toads, and then Shima screamed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The tadpole may be in danger. And almost jumped. Jiraiya stood up, and two toads jumped on his shoulders, after which they all closed their eyes together. After a few seconds, strange lines appeared around the eyes of an elderly shinobi. The nose changed and became like a potato, on which several small pimples popped out. He opened his eyes and you could see that their shape had changed and became similar to that of the toads. Together they began to fold hand seals very quickly. This lasted for several seconds, as there were a lot of seals. After that, Shinobi released part of the natural chakra into the ground. She was definitely set up and could bring an answer about the location of some person. A few minutes later, a response appeared. Jiraiya sat down on one knee, as it was difficult even for him to process such a huge amount of information. Sannin's regime began to slowly dissipate. And the pressure of the chakra and ki that appeared began to disappear. The toads only nodded to their disciple and disappeared with a barely audible pop. Jiraiya got up, wiped his nose, from which blood began to flow in a trickle, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. It looks like I overdid it again, but it's for Naruto's sake. You can be patient. After these words, he jumped onto the nearest roof and began to move very quickly to the Hokage residence. There was no light in it, but an experienced eye could have noticed the shinobi who jumped into it. Jiraiya also followed them, but he did not stop at the place where all the shinobi who were summoned gathered. He went straight to the Hokage's office. There were already some very strong shinobi and some of the advisors sitting there. It seemed that they did not pay any attention to the newcomer, but in reality they knew about Sannin's approach even before he entered the residence. Jiraiya. Hokage asked him. He didn't look tired or senile at all. The power was felt from him. Did you find out something? Yes. Sannin answered, and began to tell. I found Naruto. A noise immediately formed in the office. Everyone was trying to figure out where Naruto was, but Jiraiya was silent and waited until they all fell silent. Silence. Hokage ordered weightily, and everyone immediately fell silent, since it was unrealistic to ignore the Hokage's ki. Tell me. Every second of delay can turn into a disaster. Everything is fine with Naruto, but as I was able to understand, several high-level shinobi began to surround him. How they got so close to the village is not clear to me. Do you understand who it is? Hokage asked, and began to fill his cradle to smoke. No, Jiraiya replied simply, and then continued. Someone spent a lot on disguise, also, but then he was interrupted. The window broke, and a small bomb flew through it, which began to detonate in the air. Shinobi didn't have time to do anything. A sharp wave of snow-white light and a squeaking sound almost blinded the shinobi that gathered in the Hokage's office. Behind this bomb, several people appeared out of the haze, who immediately attacked those present. Then a wave of ki went from the Hokage. With a slight movement of his hand, he beat off the attacker's kunai, and then kicked him aside. An instant kunai shot from the mouth could kill weak shinobi, but the killers managed to dodge and tried to attack Hiruzen. The other shinobi present came to their senses and also broke into the fight. It ended very quickly, but the main office, as well as half of the residents, were destroyed by a powerful technique that was released by one of the unknown shinobi. Now most of the attackers were lying with their arms and legs torn off and broken, as well as unconscious. Several ANBU immediately jumped up to the Hokage. They immediately took up the prisoners and took them away somewhere. Does it seem so to me, or has war been declared on us? What is it? Asked one of the counselors, who was bandaging a small cut on his arm. The medics had not yet arrived from the hospital to attend to the wounded. Now is not the time for that, Hokage replied sharply, and then turned to Jiraiya. You must return it at any cost and in the shortest period of time. You have all the resources, Hokage said, and then added. Take as many people as you need and leave immediately. Yes, teacher, Jiraiya said, and then smiled broadly. You can rely on me. After these words, he quickly ran away somewhere to the side. With a sharp wave of his hand, he called the new ANBU to him and gave several orders. They only nodded and immediately quickly scattered, and Sannin himself went to the main gate. A few minutes later, a small group of shinobi joined him. Among them, a man with gray hair and a man who was dressed in a green suit were particularly different. Also with them were several Hyuga from a side branch and several other, but very strong shinobi. The squad that gathered was very strong. Each of those present was very strong both individually and as a team. At the exit, several more ANBU and 3 medics of a fairly high level joined the squad. A group of shinobi moved very quickly through the trees, not paying attention to the shinobi who were called to the village. Communication was difficult, as they moved at quite high speeds. Jiraiya was the leader, as he was the only one who felt the goal they were heading for, but then he began to slow down. A few barely noticeable movements of the hand and the shinobi Hyuga bursts forward. Byakugan. He activated his dojutsu. The eyes glowed with a barely discernible light, and the network of veins around the eyes swelled, showing the tension of the shinobi. I see the target, he said briefly, and began to examine everything he sees. He is surrounded by a group of very strong shinobi. Presumably this is a cloud, he added after a few seconds. And he smiled bloodthirstily. Sannin chuckled and adjusted his forehead protector, and then asked, how much and what strength? I was able to count 7 complete teams, Hyuga replied, but still continued to inspect. That's the same Biju, one of the group swore. All the Konoha shinobi realized that they could not do without a serious fight. It still seems strange to me how they got here, Kakashi said and rubbed his eye, which was covered with a protector. We'll figure it out later, Jiraiya replied. Right now, he was worried about how to attack so that they would have an advantage. Kill them, he added coldly. The Konoha shinobi began to move very quickly towards the cloud shinobi, but they still tried not to show their presence. We've been spotted, Hyuga said, and all the others in the group have already accelerated to the full, heating up their source, preparing to use the most expensive techniques that they know. The third gate. Guy lit up with a barely noticeable green light, and began to move even faster, breaking forward. Kakashi did not lag behind him, but still kept a little behind. They quickly appeared in a large clearing. Several techniques of the Raiden element immediately flew to meet them. Kakashi opened his Sharingan, but a big black but blonde cloud shinobi immediately jumped on him. They started a fight. Kakashi jumped to the side, quickly folded several seals and exhaled a large fireball. Guy quickly jumped from Kakashi's back and hiding behind the fireball quickly approached, but he instantly had to jump aside, as a large earthen boulder crashed into the place where he was. The whole team appeared from the forest, and also joined the fight. Technicians and explosions sounded from all sides. Fire techniques and Raiden techniques collided and tore the earth apart. Aerial vehicles and rare water added ugliness to the battle. Shinobi fought for life and death. Blows rained down on everyone, but someone beat them off, someone just took them aside. Hughes used all the techniques they knew, and also destroyed enemies. And then Jiraiya appeared on the field. He was moving very quickly through the opponents, but his goal was different. One of the Cloud Shinobi grabbed Naruto and started to leave, but before that knocked out the child. 2 Enemy Shinobi tried to stop Sannin, but the snow-white hair tore them into several pieces. Naruto's povas. Soon as I ran up to Nanao Kunai, who flew out of the forest, entered her eye socket. From this she immediately died. I jumped to the side, trying to find the opponent. I decided not to turn off the Jinchuriki mode, as I might have to leave very quickly. Several shinobi came out of the bushes without a tread, but their clothes spoke very well about where they came from. Their clothes were very characteristic of the Cloud Shinobi, and I'm not at all sure that they are ordinary Nunikins. Not so close to Konoha. Boy, the tall guy said to me. Come with us. Why? I immediately asked because I didn't understand very well why I needed it. You yourself, alone. He said. And I don't think you'll survive on your own. No, I answered simply, not yet disabling the Jinchuriki mode. Then several shinobi jumped out of the forest. The only thing I could see was a green shadow. Then several dozen more shinobi appeared from the bushes, several techniques flew into the ones that appeared, and then a giant fireball flew to meet them. As it turned out, it was Kakashi. Other Konoha shinobi immediately jumped out after them. A serious fight ensued. But then one of the Cloud Shinobi quickly jumped up to me, and I plunged into darkness. I woke up from a powerful impact on the ground. The amount of life immediately sank. The Cloud Shinobi that was dragging me started to climb out of a big hole in the ground. Jiraiya stood and watched him closely. For some reason, he did not attack him, did not finish him off when he crashed into the ground. I slowly got up, and tried to step aside. Wait, Naruto. Jiraiya told me. I took a step back and immediately fell into a strange void. A sign appeared in front of my eyes, Tower of the Seven Demons. 7 demons once destroyed the lands, but the great god sealed them in a tower, but now they are trying to escape. Task: destroy the demons. Reward: life. What? I asked in surprise and looked around. Around me was a huge room decorated with various tapestries. They depicted battles in which various creatures participated, and people who were dressed in armor. There were several huge scrolls on large shelves, and in front of me there were giant double doors that were closed. Somewhere where there was a fight, Naruto disappeared in a snow-white flash so quickly that Jiraiya didn't even have time to blink. Damn it. The leaguer swore and tried to leave, but Sannin wouldn't let him. The leaguer dodged a strong blow from Jiraiya, and tried to cut him with a small tanto that appeared in his hand. Jiraiya reacted instantly and dodged, intercepting the hand, but then the body of the Cloud Shinobi exploded with lightning, throwing Jiraiya aside. He got up, but did not expect such a frolic from some unknown jonin. CSR. Sannin swore, and stood for some time trying to find his enemy, but there was no one nearby. Jiraiya turned around and started jumping towards the already subsided fight. As he felt, someone used very expensive techniques, and then there was a very powerful explosion that shook the whole forest. Sannin appeared in a clearing, but now it was an ash heap with many craters, strange, stone buildings. There were many corpses of leaguers lying on the ground, but the Konoha shinobi did not come out completely victorious. 2 Anbu and 3 more ordinary shinobi died. Kakashi is seriously injured, but the doctors have already begun to treat him. Guy was relatively unharmed, but the fight for him also did not pass by. I didn't dare to move on somewhere, because I didn't quite understand where I was. After carefully examining the hall, I realized that there was no way out of here, except through the big doors. Something inside me was quietly saying that it was better to stay here for a while and not go anywhere. The cold air in the hall was barely noticeable, but if you try to understand where it was blowing from, you can be deeply disappointed in many ways. Oddly enough, but it started blowing from a completely empty wall, on which there was nothing. A light blow with the hope that the wall would collapse and a new room would open for me, brought nothing but a slight pain in my knuckles. The wall is still standing. That's weird. I said into space, but it didn't answer me. I'd be surprised if I got an answer. I sat down on the warm floor, which was covered with wool carpets, and thought. A strange mission that was formed in front of me, and an even stranger place that I got into. If I don't complete this mission, I won't be able to get out of here in any way, which means it needs to be completed. I made this decision quickly, as I well understood that without food I would not be able to hold out for very long. And now I'm starting to realize that I'll have to feed on demonic meat. And now we should see what is written in the big scrolls. The scrolls themselves were of different colors, and on each of them was a symbol that in the shinobi world meant every element. In the world of shinobi, only 5 basic elements were known, and all the others were only derivatives of them. There were also a lot more scrolls than known elements. I could read many of the symbols, but some remained incomprehensible to me. The largest scrolls were those that described the main elements of the shinobi world. Such were fire, water, air, earth, and lightning. These scrolls were the thickest. I pulled out a scroll with the symbol air and tried to open it, but then something hit my hands hard, and an inscription appeared before my eyes. You have no affinity with the element of air. Do you want to go through the identification of your elements? After such a question, without hesitation, confirmed. Yes, I wished to test myself on the elements. The whole world around me was plunged into darkness for a few seconds, and the inscription shone before my eyes. Wait. The check continues. A few moments later, the light returned again, and in front of my eyes hung a sign on which it was written with which elements I have a kinship. Verification is complete. Congratulations, you have discovered a kinship with the element water. Kinship level 5. Strange, why don't I have a kinship with fire? If I'm not mistaken, the 9-tailed fox demon had a very huge affinity with fire. Let Biju live inside me now in the inner world, but I thought that his influence would be much greater. And where is Naruto's affinity with the air? Somehow, all this is not according to the canon. Without thinking for a long time, I pulled out the scroll with the symbol of water and unfolded it freely, but then the inscription appeared before my eyes again. To gain access to the next part of the scroll, increase your affinity with the element. It's a pity that I never got to see all the techniques that were recorded there, but even those that I can study inspired me with joy. Without postponing everything for a long time, I immediately sat down to study new techniques. Reading the technique, and the first training on the addition of seals caused a new window in front of me. Element of water, control expenses, 10 points for each second of control, 1 unit of kinship, 2 units of control. Rank, student effects, by releasing your chakra, you subdue the water that exists around you. The higher the rank, the lower the cost per second of control and the more water you can control. To study, you need 5 units of intelligence. Would you like to study? Without thinking, I clicked yes. I don't think it is possible to master something without this technique, since it is exactly the foundation, the base on which all other techniques will be built. The next technique was already combat. In order to use it, about a dozen hand seals had to be folded. Element of water, core costs, 50 points, 3 kinship units, for control units. Rank, student effects, you shoot a small water ball out of your mouth, which flies forward and deals damage when hit. The size of the water core and the damage depends on the amount of chakra embedded. For each chakra attachment in the amount of more than 100 units, 3 additional control units are needed. To study, you need 7 units of intelligence. Would you like to study? If you think carefully, it turns out that technology, with due diligence, can turn into a formidable weapon. It's a little short-sighted to refuse such a thing, and that's why I also studied this technique. And the last technique that is available to me so far by the level of kinship is initial water healing. To be honest, I don't remember such a technique in the canon. But I live in the real world. Yes, and with my abilities for Iriedzyutsu, at least some kind of healing can be a very serious help in the future. I am almost 100% sure that I will get wounded in battles with demons. Water element. Initial water healing costs, 250 points, 5 kinship units, for control units. Rank, student effects, plus 50 coolant at a time of use. You need 8 units of intelligence to study. Would you like to study? I agreed to study this technique again, and after that the scroll closed itself. After putting all the scrolls in the inventory, I got up and stretched. The legs sat up a little, but a light warm-up quickly restored their mobility. Before going to the exit, it would be necessary to practice a little in the use of these techniques. That he quickly folded the necessary hand seals and spat out a water ball into the far wall. It formed quickly and flew very quickly. The sound of the impact rumbled and a small dent formed in the place where it hit, which leveled off after a few seconds, and nothing more reminded of the technique used, only water, which was not going to disappear anywhere. So I repeated this water technique until I ran out of chakra. And now I can say that I am at least somehow ready to go out. It was hard to train water control, because it required a lot of concentration. I couldn't do anything so great, I could barely move her. But each time it became easier and easier to use it. The third technique that I learned, I was never able to train. Cutting myself was somehow not very pleasant. And why would I do that if I can't use it in battle? So I spent more than 8 hours of my inner time practicing the first 2 techniques and fell asleep. I slept well and washed my face from the created water. And got ready to go out. I don't know anything about the world that's hidden behind the big doors, but I have a mission. The doors opened easily and without a creak, revealing to me a silvery canvas that shimmered. On the other side, you could barely see anything, but sometimes you could see the blue sky and the green lawn. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, I took a step forward, the feeling of a slight jerk, and I found myself in a green clearing. The blue sky and the yellow sun were shining. Near the place where I appeared, there was a dirt road, and in the distance I could see a giant city. Congratulate, you have started the mission. Additional information: destroy all the demons in this world. You are lucky that this world is not very big and consists of only one city, but be prepared for the fact that it will be difficult and dangerous. You can die at any moment. Many travelers have laid down their heads here. The penalty for failure: enslavement to demons and the destruction of the soul. The small forest on the other side ended very quickly, and then there was emptiness. No matter how hard I tried to look into it, but I didn't see anything. Only a barely sensitive frosty breeze blew from below. Making my way through the forest, which has grown very much, I tried to figure out how to destroy this city. It's very good that I don't have any time limit, since there were no ideas how to do it quickly. I went out onto a large dirt road and saw a wall that had a large gate. There was a small queue of caravans in front of the gate. If you think logically, caravans have appeared from somewhere, which means that this world has a connection with some other world, from which these caravans come. Slowly I got closer using a disguise on the chakra. I began to carefully examine the guards who were standing and checking the arrivals. They looked strange. The not quite human appearance was characterized by large yellow eyes, fangs that protruded from under the upper lip, and a thick tail with sharp spikes. A few seconds later, a table with the characteristics of these guards was already hanging in front of me. Name, gene level, 56 OJ, unknown OCH, unknown characteristics, strength, unknown endurance, unknown intelligence, unknown wisdom, unknown control, unknown. Then another sign appeared in front of my eyes, which explained everything to me: your level of observation is not high enough. Strange. Of course, anything can happen, but an insufficient level. This has never happened to me before. Now we'll have to figure out how to get into the city. I don't have any specific skills other than invisibility. And this ability alone will not be enough to get through such a guard. So you need to get into a caravan so that you can get into the city itself. And this is difficult, since in most cases the caravans arrive during the day. It would be easier at night. I quickly moved away from the gate into the bushes and began to peer at those who arrive here. And then a great idea came to my head. I even froze for a few moments. How could I forget about it? I asked myself quietly. Infiltration into the city is postponed for a while, as I have to have a very important training session. Every self-respecting shinobi should be able to walk on trees and on water. In addition, this is an indispensable skill, so it will also allow you to train the control of the chakra to a certain level. And I don't know how to do that, and that means I need to fix it as soon as possible. That I quickly returned to the forest and immediately started training. To remember how it was told in the anime, I began to slowly release the chakra from my legs. I immediately noticed how the grass began to stick to my shoes in a strange way. An attempt to lift my leg turned into torn turf from the ground, which seemed to stick to me. I relaxed the current of the chakra and the earth slowly slid off my shoes, and quietly plopped to the ground. Without thinking for a long time, I glued my foot to a tree, and then tried to glue the second one, but then, unexpectedly for myself, I fell on my back. I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I need to accelerate the chakra in the whole body, not just in the legs. What I thought about was immediately translated into reality. Slowly but surely I started climbing the tree, but then I got distracted by something and gave a little chakra to my legs, and immediately with a loud crack my leg fell into the tree, and I fell on my back. So I repeated it 4 times. After I managed to fully climb up and down the tree, a sign appeared in front of me. Congratulate, have you studied tree walking rank, student control +1. I smiled to myself, as I managed to learn this skill. Now he needs to be trained until I can easily climb trees, and then I can try to get behind the wall. Of course, there is no need to reject the option of getting through with the caravan. The training continued into the evening, and during this time I managed to raise my control pretty well. As many as 5 units of control are worth the fact that I spent a whole day on it. Walking in trees was not particularly difficult now, but still not as easy as walking on the ground. Then my stomach unexpectedly let out a menacing growl for me, and I immediately felt that I was really hungry. I had some food in my inventory, but it definitely won't be enough for a long stay in the forest. There is no opportunity to hunt, because I didn't take everything I wanted. And my inventory is not rubber. Having quickly satisfied my hunger, I stretched out on the grass and began to look at the sky. The red-blue sky was slowly covered with a purple haze, which after a short time was already covered with black. Sometimes, here and there, the gray haze of stars that formed constellations flashed. The starry sky was nothing like the ones I had seen. 2 moons, one green, the other blue, shone steadily, illuminating the way, and all who are not sleeping. The dead silence in the forest, only the moving trees said that there was something here, and I rushed into the impenetrable darkness that was trying to capture my consciousness. But my exhausted mind could not resist, and I fell into a restless sleep. Konoha, it would seem that life in the village has hardly changed, only some felt that the new dark times were ready to knock on the window again to take their harvest from the souls of the innocent, and not so much. A young shinobi with a strange hairstyle in a green vest, a mask on his whole face and a protector that covered his eyes slowly walked in a direction only known to him. Hatake Kakashi was trying to figure out where he had made a mistake, where he managed to turn himself into the garbage that he himself despises. The loss of a student hit him very hard, and, it would seem, even changed something. And so it was. Now he was not reading his book, and the melancholy expression that had accompanied him for many years had disappeared from his eyes. Now he was ready to destroy the enemies. All the feelings of an experienced shinobi spoke of an approaching thunderstorm, that she was ready to throw everyone into the meat grinder again and mercilessly sting. Then an eagle screamed in the sky, which is used only by the Hokage to summon elite ninjas. Such meetings have become very frequent lately, and each time the news came worse than the previous ones. So what will happen this time? Other elite shinobi also heard the signal, and began to quickly get to the Hokage residence, which was only recently renovated. The lights were still on in the homes of ordinary people, and the old people were sitting and looking into the slowly burning fire. They, wise with experience and life, even if they did not have shinobi powers, but they also felt well how the big darkness covered the village again. And no, they weren't clouds. Many still remembered this feeling, and tried to guess how it would end for them. Tsunade was going to a big gambling establishment, where she was ready to lose a lot of money again. Which is a pittance for one of the best doctors in the world. That's just the day didn't work out from the very beginning. She won every game, which was atypical for a legendary loser. With each cash prize, her excitement grew until she won the thimbles, when the thimble itself was not under the mugs. An unknown shinobi appeared behind her and tried to hit her. The legendary Sannin would not be Sannin if she allowed herself to be killed by some weakling in the back. A powerful blow with the release of the chakra just tore the attacking shinobi into several parts, while destroying several walls behind him. Shizun, she said loudly to her assistant, who was holding a safe with money and a pink pig. We're going back to the village. Hi, Tsunade-sama. She replied that we need to act, and not stand still and look at the guards. Slowly and pushing aside the branches, I began to move forward, trying not to make a single suspicious sound. I don't know how I did it, but I didn't attract the guards' attention. Invisibility quickly hid me from the real world and I began to look out for a way to get into the city itself. There was no free opportunity for this yet, and I continued to observe. A large caravan that appeared on the border of this mini-world began to approach quickly. The number of guards that met him was increasing by the second. When the caravan was approaching me, I quickly climbed onto a branch that hung over the road and froze on it. The caravan was getting closer and closer. Here are a few seconds left, and the head of the caravan passed under me. Then there were carts pulled by strange animals that I had not seen before. One big cow's head with 3 horns, green, glowing eyes and big sharp teeth. The huge powerful body was covered in some places with fur, on which golden lightning bolts jumped. They had no tails. On themselves, they dragged giant carts with many different bags in which there were different goods. When the tail of the caravan appeared, I prepared to jump down onto a large cart. A second, a third, and then I jumped down and find myself almost at the very top of the pile. There was a barely noticeable crack under my feet, and I made the body freeze in the hope that the driver did not notice anything. But not a second later, not a minute later, no one stopped the caravan to check what had happened and why one cart had become a little heavier. It's good that no one has discovered me yet. A bluish notification appeared at the edge of my vision, but I decided not to open it yet, as it might distract me and I would miss something very important. The caravan approached the giant gate, which was closed. Silhouettes of guards sometimes flashed between the battlements on the high walls, which looked at us with interest. The caravan stopped, and the main caravan driver quickly got off a small carriage, which was also loaded with a lot of goods. He started a conversation with the guard, but I couldn't hear it. The head showed a small document that he pulled out of his bag. The guard looked at him for a while, and then nodded. A small part of the gate began to open, and the first driver moved. The rest of the caravan followed him. We moved slowly, but with every second the tension inside me grew. When the last truck was already passing under the gate, then one guard shouted, "100." He did it very loudly. This made me tense up even more and began to consider where to move if something was wrong. You have one more reasonable person here than you indicated, and then I was targeted with a strange weapon. Oh shit! Without waiting for a moment, I immediately jumped forward at all possible speed. Several shots crashed into the place where I had just been and the cart caught fire with green fire. The driver started screaming in pain. Without turning around, I started zigzagging from side to side, and then quickly climbed onto the house. The guards were already running from there too. There were strange devices on their faces, through which they saw me. Well, no, I won't give up so quickly. A quick leap to the side and a fishing net flies past me, almost touching me. The kunai appeared in my hand, and when one of the guards tried to catch me with his mighty embrace, I simply dodged and with a sharp movement of my hand slashed the kunai across the throat, making him an additional smile. Ignoring neither the notifications nor the gurgling guard, I jumped forward dodging the shots that burned through the roof of several buildings. The guardian appeared in front of me again, as if he had grown out of the ground. Without thinking, I drove a kunai into his eye with a sharp movement, and left him there. Well, wait. They shouted at me. But I had no desire to stop. With a sharp jump, I went to the side, and a large square appeared in front of me with numerous creatures on it. I turned back. But it was almost impossible to move there. The guards quickly began to surround me. Behind me was the square and many other guards who were looking directly at me. They did not look quite peaceful, or rather not peaceful at all. Jinchuriki mode. I said, barely audibly. The euphoria of power almost overwhelmed me. I abruptly jumped down on a group of guards and struck several very fast punches with the kunai that appeared in my hand. It went through someone's flesh, and then I started moving again. Very quickly I tried to cross the square, killing or wounding the guards. Little by little, I was already getting tired. Several cuts from the guards' weapons were already visible in some places, then my kunai collided with some kind of hissing blade. A moment later, the kunai scattered with sparks, and my health dropped almost to the yellow area, but began to regenerate quickly. Not so fast. The guard spoke and began to strike very quickly. It was hard to dodge, but I could still do it. Come on! He shouted to someone. I didn't have time to turn around, as a heavy bag fell on my head, and a moment later my consciousness waved at me and I fell into darkness. I opened my eyes and a snow-white light immediately cut through them. An attempt to cover myself with my hand did not lead to anything, since I could not move anything. Something squeaked right at my head, and I looked in that direction. On a small table there was a large device from which several dozen wires radiated. Tracing the path of the wires, I saw that needles were stuck into my hands, through which a strange whitish liquid was flowing. What the hell? I asked a question, and tried to get up again. Except I couldn't do it. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break the bonds that held my body back. Attempts to feel the chakra, or to call up a window of characteristics, did not work. But the main thing and the strangest thing was that my hands were not the hands of a child. They were like my own hands before I was transported. So why am I here? I immediately remembered how stupid I was trying to break into the city, and how I got stuck in the defense. And then there was darkness. I looked around the room I was lying in and swore again. It was a ward with completely white walls, white lights, and white appliances. My bed was also as white as snow. The door opened and an old man walked in. He was dressed in the same snow-white robe, and he had big glasses on his eyes, which made his eyes a little bigger than they actually were. "Oh," he said when he turned to me. "You've finally woken up." It sounded like a statement of fact. What does he mean? Am I not dead? And what the hell is going on? I tried to pull away again, but to no avail. "Don't you worry," he said, and brought a chair that I hadn't noticed before. A few seconds later, he was already sitting on it, crossing his legs. In his hand was a tablet on which he displayed various data. "How do you feel? Where am I?" The question burst out of my parched throat. The sound sounded hoarse, and there was blood on my lips, which I licked off with my tongue. Strange. Oh, right. The doctor immediately realized, and it was him. "You are in a rehabilitation center. I can say that in one of the best centers in the world." "What?" I asked the question. I still couldn't accept that Naruto's world and my hit were just my dreams. "You don't remember." He spoke sadly. "You came to us from the highest stage of drug poisoning. At first we wondered where you managed to get so stoned and not throw off your fins, but then we found out that it wasn't your fault." "You mean?" Again I asked a stupid question. "I just didn't have the strength for something better. You were poisoned with one of the types of psychedelic gases, only it reacted with several others, thereby turning into a nerve gas, but it did not lose its psychotropic effect, but even intensified. All this resulted in the fact that you have been in a deep delirium for the past 2 years, and only recently started to recover. So everything I saw was unreal?" I asked already into space. There was no desire to do anything. Everything I experienced was delirium, delirium of my consciousness. I felt empty. That's right, said the doctor and exhaled. But don't worry. During these 2 years when you were away, a lot of things happened. But let's get back to you. How do you feel? Is there any strange desire? You know, doctor, I began to say and listen to myself. Yes, there is something inside, but I don't think it will affect me much. I'm not quite sure about it, but I have a feeling that something is missing. The doctor wrote down my answers to his various questions, such as, what do I see, do I feel bad, how many fingers, what is in the picture. After that, he exhaled deeply, and said something pondering. You are very lucky that you do not have serious mental illnesses, and you do not seem unhealthy at all. After that, he got up and said again. You know, you are now thinking like a very adult who has experienced a lot. Doctor, I said to him when he was already leaving the ward. How long will I be here? A few months, I think. The active phase of your rehabilitation is just beginning, thanks. I answered him that I didn't want to move at all, and the emptiness inside didn't close with anything. Well, then. Even if I was delirious all this time, I learned a lot more from it than many people think. He. Oh, yes, much more. With such thoughts, a smile appeared on my face, and I barely laughed. He. It sounds like a psycho's laugh. World, we'll see who's who. That's the end of it.